Hello everyone and welcome back. Today we are going to build a full stack chat app with a lot of cool functionality. We are going to build it from scratch using MERN stack, so MongoDB, Express.js, React and Node. This video may seem like it's very long because it's well over 5 hours, but that's mostly because I wanted to explain everything in detail, step by step, so it will be easy to follow even for beginners. In this tutorial, we will start by creating the client side of our project using Vite and React.js. And for styling, we are going to use Tailwind CSS because it's simple and effective to use it. And in case you don't know Tailwind, don't worry, it's like a regular CSS, but in the class names. Then we will add a simple register and login page so we can create and authenticate our users. And in this part, you will learn how to create basic authentication in MERN stack using JSON Web Tokens and Mongo database. Then we will create the main part of our application, which will be the chat page that users see after they log in. So here you will learn how to implement WebSockets communication in a MERN app, how to authenticate WebSocket connections, and so on. All the messages will be saved in the database, so when a user comes back to a specific conversation, the old messages will be still there. We are also going to generate avatars based on username and user ID. And on top of it, we are going to add a lot of cool features like online indicator, file upload, and many others. So get ready because you are going to learn a lot. The whole project is built from scratch, so there's no starter code. I will put the timestamps and the source code in the description. And as always, all I ask for is that you will smash that like button to give me some extra motivation for the future projects. And if you have any questions or anything, let me know in the comments. And now, without further ado, let's dive into the code. Alright, so as always, we are starting with an empty directory here, MERN chat. And here inside I will open a terminal window, and we are going to start by creating a React app, and I will use Vite for this, not create React app, because Vite is faster and better. So let's do just yarn create and Vite. And now it's asking for a project name. I will just type client, so it will create a directory with this name. And I will use React with just JavaScript, right? And now let's see. Now we have our client, and here we have our React files. I just need to go inside. So let's do cd client, and I need to just install the Node module. So let's do yarn. And now it's installing my Node modules for the React app. Now I will hide my terminal, but before I do this, I will just do yarn dev, and now I can open this link to see our React app. So here it is. I can now hide my terminal, and let's go to source app.jsx, and I will start by removing all of this, and I will just leave an empty div with a test inside, just a simple text, yes. And now I will add Tailwind CSS, so it will be easier to style our app. So I will open new tab in my terminal, and let's do cd client to go inside our React app, and then let's do now yarn add Tailwind CSS, and we also need post CSS and auto prefixer. Right now we just need to do npx Tailwind CSS init with a p flag for post CSS. And now I think everything is installed. Let's see. Here we have a post CSS, Tailwind, and that's basically all we need. So I can hide my terminal, and let's see. Now this app CSS, we can remove everything from here, and for index CSS we can do the same. Here we just need to do Tailwind, and we need to add base. We need to also add Tailwind components and Tailwind utilities. And I think that's it. Now inside Tailwind config, we just need to specify what type of files it should look for. And for us, it will be just everything inside source directory that ends with JSX. So let's do inside source and the file that ends with JSX. Right, now let's go to app.jsx, and for this test diff, let's test if it works. Let's do background red 500. Let's see. No, it doesn't work. Maybe I just need to restart my width. Yes, now it works. Right, I can hide my terminal, sidebar, and we don't need this state, we don't need this logo, and we don't need app CSS. So basically I can remove app CSS from here. Let's do just delete this file, yes. And now we have just a clean empty app with just a div. Alright, so now the first component we are going to need is a screen to register and login. So I think I will create a separate component for this. So inside source I will do new file, and let's do register.jsx, and here I will just do function, export default function, and let's call this one just register, yes, and it will just return a div with register screen here. And now let's display our component here inside app function here. So let's remove this and let's just display register. Yes, and now as you can see, it has been imported for me. If it doesn't automatically import for you, you need to add those import lines. Right, because without importing it will not find this component. Right, but now we have register screen here, and now let's go to our register component and let's add a register form. So let's remove this. We will just keep this div. Let's add maybe a background color. I will add a light blue, so we'll do blue 50, and I will do height of screen, so full height. Now it's light blue here. All right, so this is not white now, it's a very distinct blue color. Right, but now inside I want to have a form for registering a user. So let's do a form, and inside we will need an input for username. So let's add the placeholder username. Yes, so we have this one, and make it a little bigger. And now the same thing but for password. So let's do input type password, and let's do placeholder password. So we have username and password. Now I will add some class names on those two to first display them as blocks, so they will be under each other. And now let's fix that they will take full width. So let's do width full, yeah. And now we can limit this with this form element. So let's do class name, and let's do width of maybe 64, yeah. So now it's shorter, this form. And let's do auto margins on the side, so let's do MX auto, yes. I will inspect here to see, and this I can make it a little bigger to see everything. And here we have this form. Now we just need to center this on the screen, and we need to add a button. So I'll first add the button that will say register, and here I will also add some classes. Let's add a background blue 500, and the text should be white. Let's make it also block, and let's make width full, so it will take all the possible space, yeah. And let's add some rounded corners. So let's do rounded maybe medium, or maybe just SM will be good enough. Right, now I think I will do the same for the inputs. Let's do rounded SM. And for the inputs, let's also add some padding, maybe of 2, and margin on to the bottom. So it's the margin bottom of 2. Right, so we have some spacing inside the inputs and even between the inputs. I think I will also add a border, simple border. Yeah, and now let's also add some padding on the register, button padding 2. Now it looks much better. Now we just need to center this vertically, so we need to pull it down, the whole form thing. So I think we can make this main div flex, and we can do items center. Yeah, now it's in the middle of the screen. Even if I hide this, yeah, I think it looks fine. So now let's fix our inputs. So we will have state inside our React state. So let's do a const, and here just need to have username and set username equals use state and empty string as default. This has been imported for me as always. And if it doesn't do this for you automatically, you need to add this manually. All right, now same thing for the password. And now we need to add for those inputs. For the first one, the value will be username. And on change, we will do with the event, we will run set username. And we will set this username using event target value. Yes, I will put it into separate lines so it will be easier for you guys to read. I will also put the code on GitHub so you can check it later in case you will have some problems. Now with the password, let's do the same. So value for the password will be just password. And then we need also on change here. With the event, we will do set password with event target value. Now I will here do this into separate lines so it will be easier to read and to follow along. I'll make this code screen a little bigger. All right, so now we should be able to type inside those inputs. Yes, we are. Maybe we can add some, pull it up a little bit. So I will add the margin bottom on this form. There's the margin bottom of, I think maybe 12. Let's see. Yeah, I think this will be good enough. Let's see how big it is. So the form margin bottom is this big. Yeah, I think that's all right. Right, so I think we are done with designing this register page. Now to send this information to our API, we need to first create our API endpoint. So here we have client, and this is our React app. And also in the same directory, MERN chat, I will create an API directory. API, and inside API we will have our Express app. So all database connections and everything. Inside the API I will just create index.js for our main file. And here inside we need to install Express, and we need to define our endpoint for registration. So when we click this register, we can send from our client information to our API, and we can create user inside the database. So first, I will open here my terminal. We are inside client. I think I can go back. So let's do cd ... and let's go inside API. So let's do cd API. And here we need to install. So let's do yarn add. Let's install Express. And for database connection, we will also need the mongoose. So let's do yarn add mongoose. Right now it's installing. Meanwhile, we can create our Express app. So let's do const express equals require express. Yes. And Now we can define our app. So the const app equals require and just just express and call it as a function. Right, now let's maybe define first our test endpoint. So let's do app get. If someone tries to run a get request on /test, we will do something like this. Let's create an arrow function here. And here inside params, we will have request and response. And now let's do response JSON test. Okay. Yeah. And now the only thing we need to add is app listen, and let's pick a port. It can be 4000, it can be something else. I can write here 4000, and this will work. So let's see, app listen 4000, and now inside my terminal, you can do just node index.js inside the API, and this will work, but I prefer to use nodemon. And this way, if I change something here in the code, it will automatically restart my server. So that's why I'm using nodemon instead of just node. But let's do nodemon nodemon. Let's see. Looks like my port is in use by something else. So I will just change it to 4040. All right, let's do Control C and let's restart this. And now everything works. I will now test to do localhost 4040 / let's do test, and we get test okay. So our API is working. Now we just need to create an endpoint for our registration. So let's do app, and it will be a post request because there's a lot of data we need to send as a post data. And let's do /register. Yes, and here, as always, request and response is the second param. And here inside, what do we need to do? Well, we want to take everything from the request, not everything, just username and password, and we want to create a user. But we don't have any database yet. So I will open Mongo Atlas, and I will just quickly create a database here for free. So I will just log in with my account, and here I will create a new project. Let's call this one MERN chat. Next, create project, and let's build our database. Here you can pick a free version, and I will do the same. So let's pick the free version here. Nothing really important here. We can just create cluster. Right now we need to create a user. So I will call mine just MERN chat, and let's auto-generate password. I will copy this password, and for now I will put it as a comment here. I will change it later so you guys cannot misuse it. And now let's create our user, MERN chat. So we have it, and let's see what IP addresses can connect with the database. I will add my current IP address. Later, when you deploy the app, you need to change it so any IP address can connect with the database. So now let's finish and close. Go to databases, and now it's loading. Meanwhile, I can show you network access, and here you can add IP addresses, and here you have a button allow access from everywhere, anywhere, in case you just need to have that an IP can access the database, in case you have it online or something. Right, but let's go to my database, and if I connect here, I can pick connect your application, and here we have our connection string that we need to copy, and we need to put it somewhere here. So let's do maybe here const. Let's do mongo URL, and I will just paste this URL as a string. Yeah, we need to replace this password with our actual password. So take it from here, and I will put it here, and this we can close now. And well, now let's see if we can maybe put it inside an environment file, because having passwords inside the code is not that good idea, and you should always try to put it inside environment files. So inside API, I will create a new file. It will be called .env, and here I will put my mongo URL equals, and here inside as a string I will put this URL. So let's put it back here. Yes. Now I need to make this window bigger a little bit. And now inside our index.js, let's try to load our .env configuration. So we'll get rid of this mongo URL from here. And to read the env configuration, we need a package. So I will open a new tab here in my terminal, and we are inside MERN chat. So this is this main directory. I want to go inside API to install a node module for specifically API. So let's do cd API, and now let's do yarn add, and I want to install .env. Now it's done. Now I can do just require, and here .env, and here just run config on this. Simple as that. If you want to make it a little longer but prettier, you can do .env equals required.env, and then just .env and call it a .config like this, and it will do the same thing. Now underneath here, let's see if we have our information from .env file. So let's do console log, and let's try process .env .mongo URL, and I will save it. And here where our API is running, you can see that we have this URL. So I can get rid of this console log, and now we can grab our mongoose and we can connect to our database. So let's do const mongoose require mongoose. Yes. And now somewhere maybe here, let's connect with our database. So let's do mongoose.connect, and let's do process.env .mongo URL. Let's save. We get some warnings, but that's okay. Alright, so we are now connected with our database. Now we need to create a model for our user. So inside MERN chat, for our models, I will create a separate directory called models. Shouldn't be inside the MERN chat, it should be inside API. So we'll just move it. Yeah, because it will be models for our API, for our mongoose models. And inside models, I will create a new file, and we need a model for a user. So it's the model.js. All right, and here let's grab mongoose. So the const mongoose require mongoose. And now first we need to define schema for our user. So let's do const user schema, and it will be new mongoose schema. And here inside we just define our schema as an object. So what fields do we need to have? We need a username, and username will be just a string with capital S because it's an object. And what else? We need a password that will be also a string. And we can add maybe timestamps here. So we will know when users have been created. So I will add this object as a second param after the comma. So it's the timestamp true. So we'll get a created at timestamp and updated at. We have username and password, but I want to add something more on the username. So I'll put an object here, and I will change to type string, which will be exactly the same as just string, but this way I can add also unique to true, and this way it will not be possible to create the two users with the same username. Right, now we have schema. Now let's define our model. So let's do const user model, and let's do just mongoose.model. This is a function, and the first param is the model name. So let's do just user, and the second param is the schema. So user schema, yeah, and we can just export it from here. So let's do export const user model. So this is our user model, and now I think we can use it. So let's go to index.js here, and let's see, I will close the sidebar, and now let's grab our user model first. So let's do const user, we can call it user, we can call it user model, doesn't really matter. I think user is shorter and better. Let's do require, and now let's do dot models slash user, right? And now let's do user. And now what do we want to do with user? We want to create a new user for with the data from the request. So first we need to grab data from the request. So let's do const, and we want to grab user name and password from request body. Yes, and then we want to create the user. So let's do user create, and we can just pass username and password because it's the same as column names. Right, this is an async function, so we need to either do that then here, or we can add await, and I will go with await, but this way we need to add async here. All right, and after everything is done, I think we can just do response JSON, and maybe we can respond with the created user, or maybe not. When we create a user and everything is fine, I want to log in this user immediately. So you create a user and you are logged in. So how can we do this? To do this, we will use JSON Web Tokens for our authentication. So let's open terminal. In this tab, we are inside API. Let's do just yarn add JSON Web Token. I don't remember if it's JSON Web Token or JSON Web Tokens. JSON Web Token. Okay. JSON Web Token, yarn add. Yeah, and I will hide my terminal. Let's grab JSON Web Token. Let's do const JSON Web Token equals require, and let's do JSON Web Token. We will use a shorter name, and all right. And after we created our user, to log in, we will create the token. So let's do JSON Web Token sign, and in here, first we need the payload. So it's information we want to have inside our token, and the only information I want is actually the ID of the user. So I need to grab it first. So let's do const, let's call this one created user equals this, and I want to have a created user ID here inside my token. So let's maybe call it just user ID, and here let's just put created user dot, and here underscore ID. It's underscore ID because it's mongoose ID. So this is a special column from the database, and let's see. The second param is the secret key that we need to create, and I think I will put it inside env file. So let's do here jwt secret equals, and here I will put just a random string, something like this will work. Now let's go back, and let's maybe first grab it here. Let's call it jwt secret secret equals, and let's grab it from process environment JWT secret, and let's put const here because this will not change. All right, and now we just put here JWT secret, and this is also an async function, so we need to do either await here or create dot then. I will this time do dot then to show you different solutions how we can deal with promises. So let's do then, and then I think we will get a token. So let's grab token. But before token, we can actually have here an error as well that we need to check for. So let's do if error, then let's just do throw error. Otherwise, it's no errors. So we can just grab this token and we can send it, and we will send it as a cookie. So let's do response cookie. First param here will be a cookie name, so I will call it token, and second is the value, so it will be token as well because we have it named like this. And we send a cookie. Let's just print maybe a JSON. Okay, user created, so it's fine. You can probably add a status code that is I think 201 is created. Let's see, status 201. Yeah, 201 is created, so we should have 201. Why not? Let's do this by the book. Actually, it shouldn't be dot then. Instead, this callback should be a third param. So I will cut it from here, and I will cut it from here like this, and I will get rid of this then. And here I will just put comma, and I will put this arrow function as a third param. Right. And now let's go back to our React app. So client, source, register JSX. And now let's try to send a request to our API. We can do this with fetch that is built in with all the browsers, but I think it's much easier to use Axios library. So I will go here to client, so let's do cd.dat/client, and for the client I will yarn add Axios, yes, and let's see here. Here we want to send this form to our API when someone clicks the button. When someone clicks the button, our form will be submitted. So I can add here just on submit, and let's maybe do just register. And now we need to define our register function like this. And let's see. Now we can use Axios. So let's import Axios. But before we will use it, I will go to app.js and define some defaults for Axios. So here inside my app, before return, I will do Axios, and now it's imported, defaults. I will use base URL, and our base URL will be just HTTP localhost 4040. So later we can just write /test or /register without the full URL. So this is our base URL. We will also use defaults with credentials to true, and this is used so we can set cookies from our API. Right, and now I think this will work. Let's go back to register JSX, and here we can just do Axios post. We want to post to /register, and with the data that is username and password. And this is an async function, so we need to do either .then or await. I will do await here. So let's do await. And now we need to add async here, because if you add await or anything, you need to make the function async. All right, and this will return a response. So let's do response equals this. And now inside response we have data. So maybe we can just grab the data from the response like this. But do we need any data? No, I don't think we need any data from the response. It just responds with OK, and that's it. So we don't need any data. Let's just see if it works first, right? So I will refresh here. I'll make it bigger a little bit. Let's do here inspect so we can see the network tab. And now let's see. I would do just test, or maybe test1 test. Let's do register. Whoops, something went wrong. Now the first thing is that, as you can see, we have this question mark inside the URL. And this means that our form has been submitted and sent to a different URL. We don't want this. So on our register, we will grab this event and we'll do event prevent default. And now there's one more thing I forgot, and but maybe I can show you. Let's do again test1, and let's do test register. Let's see, we have an error, and let's see. I'll make this bigger. We get a connection refused. Let's see. Our server is not online. Let's see why. Here inside, the app crashed. For user model, it shouldn't be export const. So let's fix it. Instead of export const, it should be just module exports equals, but we will put it inside separate line. Let's do module exports user model like this. Now it should work. Let's refresh. Yes. Let's try to register again. Register. And now we have a course error. We get the course error because we need to define inside our API Express app what kind of apps can talk with our API, what kind of host names, and we need to add this host name. So let's fix it. Inside my terminal, I will go to API. So let's do cd and API here. So now we are inside API, and let's do just yarn add course. And course, it's just a library to send course headers in the response. So here I would just import my course library. The course equals require course. And now we need to use it inside our app. So let's do app use. And here we just do course called as a function. Inside we will put the object with a definition or configuration. So our configuration will be credentials to true. And we want also to add origin, and origin is the host name like this. So I will just copy this and I will put it inside .env file as well. I will call it maybe client URL like this, maybe without this slash here on the end. Now let's go back to index.js, and for our origin, let's do just process.env and client URL. Yes. Now let's try to register again. And now, as you can see, it says it's pending, and this means that something went wrong. So it's either, so I think it's a small bug from our side. Let's see. The error is, the thing is that inside this JWT sign, we need the 4 params, and we have only 3, 1, 2, and the third is this callback. As a fourth param, or actually third, here we need an options object that will be just empty, and the fourth will be the callback here. So I will save it like this. Now, as you can see, the request failed because we restarted automatically our server. I will clear here. Let's register again. And now it says it's pending again. We have unhandled promise rejection somewhere here. So let's see. Maybe it's for our user. So I will grab it with try catch. Let's do try. And let's put this catch in case we have any error. Let's do catch error. And if error, let's just throw it. Throw error. And here inside this try catch, we will need to put the rest of our code as well. Right. And now let's see. Let's do test one. Test. Register. And it says it's pending. Let's see here. Unhandled promise. Something is still failing. Let's see. Once again, I will do test one and let's do test. Register. It's pending. Our post request is pending. So something here is has an unhandled rejection. So let's see. In case we have an error, we'll do response status. Let's do 500 and with JSON error. And here here for Mongoose Connect, I will actually also add a function callback here as an arrow function to know if there is any error. Here, error. And if error, let's just throw this error. Right, now we should be safe. So let's do register. It looks like we still have an unhandled promise. Here we have some information. Cannot destructure property. Username of request body as it is undefined. So let's see in our request payload. We have a username. Let's see what we are trying to grab. Okay, we cannot grab it because we are not telling our app that this is a JSON to parse JSONs. So let's do app and let's do use. And here we can just do express JSON. Yeah, so this was our problem. Yeah, and let's try again. Register. And as you can see, now this post request, we get preview OK. So this is our OK. And here, what's more interesting, let's go to headers. And inside response headers, we get also this set cookie with token and everything. And that means that we are logged in and we have our token here. But instead of responding with just OK, I will respond with all the, maybe not all the information about user, but I want to send the ID of the user. So let's do created user that underscore ID, and I want to, or maybe that's all. I would just return the ID. Right. Now, because we get this token, we should be logged in. Now we need to handle this inside our React app. So I will open sidebar here and let's see. Inside our React app, inside register, after we are successfully registered and user, what do we want to do? We want to create a context inside our React app, context for our app that will hold the information about currently logged in user. So for this, I will create a context file and let's call it just user context.jsx. Yes. And here I will just do const user context equals, and we can do just create context from, let's import it from React, and the default will be an empty object. We can export it in case we will need this, but we will also create a function here. It's the function user context provider. Yes, and we will export it as well. And now here we will grab children, and let's do return. And here we will return user context dot provider, and here we will just put children like this. And inside provider we need to provide something, so it's the value, and here we want to provide user information. Let's put it inside state, so let's do maybe user name. Let's store username, so let's do set username equals use state, default will be null, and let's also have the ID, so let's do ID and set ID, and let's do use state, default will be null, and here let's just pass everything, so let's do username, let's do set username, let's do ID, and let's do set ID. I'll put it like this so it will be easier to read, and it should be like this. It should be as a passed object, so double curly brackets, right? And now I think we can use our user context provider inside the register. So here under the state, let's grab, let's use context, and now inside use context, we will do user context, and this everything has been imported for me. Right, and now we want to grab from our context, we want to grab set username and set ID, so we can put it inside the context after the registration. You remember we get the data from here, and we are now actually sending the, let's see what are we sending. We are sending the ID. Let's underscore ID. Maybe we can do just ID. Yeah. And let's see, inside to register we have some problem. Yeah, we have problem because we have two same names. So maybe this we can rename to set logged in username like this, so we'll have no collision. And now after we are after we registered our user, we can do set logged in username to username, and we can do also set ID to data.id, because we get the ID from the response. And I think that's it. Let's see, let's try to register user, test1, test, register. And it says again that it's pending. That's not good. Let's see why. We get some kind of error. Duplicate key for username 1, username test1. Okay, so we have already a test1 user. So I will do test2, and let's do test, register. And let's see what happened now. Let's see. I think it looks like everything worked. We get the ID, and we have it inside our components and context. So let's do register. Yeah, we should probably have it inside context, but we will not see this here yet. But let's go to our app.jsx, and let's see, here we just have a register, but we will wrap it inside our user context provider like this. I will put the closing here, and he will just have register. Right, and let's see, now the state for this is empty, but let's create another user, test3, and here test, register. And here inside our user context provider, you can see that we have the test3 as a username, and we have this ID. Right, so here inside our app, let's just also grab the information from our context. So let's do const, and we want to grab the username from we want to grab it from use context, and here just user context. Right, let's now do console log username, and let's see console, it's undefined. I think it's undefined because we are using context here that we are not providing. We are providing only inside register, not inside the app. So let's see, maybe we can put it inside main.jsx. Yeah, I think we can do this. So let's do, but wait, touching this file would feel weird. So maybe instead of editing this file, I can put register and everything inside another file. So I will create a new file here. Let's call this one routes.jsx. And this file will we'll choose what type of view we want to show. So let's do export default function, routes. And here we will just do the same thing. We will just do register, and that's it. But now here inside app, instead of register, we can do routes like this. And here nothing changed. I can refresh. I can remove this use context and console log. I can remove this use context import because we are not using this. I can remove this register, and I can remove this user context. All right. But then let's go to our routes, and here let's grab username and ID from use context, and here user context. Yeah, and here before we will return register page, let's see if we have username, then let's return logged in, something like this. I will now refresh, yeah, and now I try to do test for and test register, and we have this logged in because inside our context we have a username. Right, but now the thing is that if I refresh, I'm not logged in anymore. So we need to check if we are actually logged in by checking the token. We need to send it to our API. So let's see. Let's go to application. We can go now to cookies, and we have this token here. We need to send it to our API and say, hey, we have this cookie. We have this token. What is it about this token? Can you tell me? Is it a user? If yes, then tell me the username and ID of this user. So I will need to create an endpoint for this. So let's do app, and let's just do get request on /profile, and here we'll just have request response and the arrow function. Yes, and now we want to grab the token from our cookie. So let's do request cookie. I don't know if it's cookie or cookies. I think it's cookies. So let's do cookies, and we want to grab token. So let's do token from request cookies. And with this token, we want to verify. So let's do JSON wt.verify. And here the first param is our token that we get from the incoming cookies, incoming request. Then we need to have this secret, so JWT secret. Third is options, so just empty object, we don't need any options. And the fourth is callback. So here an arrow function, and the first param here will be error, and the second will be a result. So it will be the information that is actually encoded here. So let's see, we will call it maybe data, or maybe let's call it user data. So on the front end, we cannot read this token because it's encoded using this JWT secret. So you cannot encode it on the front end. All right, but now let's see. If we have error, let's just throw error. Otherwise, we will have user data. So we can respond with our user data. Let's say we can respond with user data, and inside user data, as you remember, we have ID, but maybe we can also send in the future tokens, we can add username as well. So let's add username here, and here response JSON. Let's just grab the ID and the username from user data, and let's just send it. So let's do ID and username. Because we are sending only those two fields, maybe we can just do user data and we don't need this part. Right, so now maybe we can check this profile endpoint. Let's go back to our app. Maybe let's go back to when we open our app, let's maybe say that inside routes, when this component mounts, we want to fetch user info if there's any from the profile endpoint. So let's do this here inside the routes. Maybe not inside the routes, we can maybe just put it inside user context. Yeah, whenever this is used, we are going to do use effect, and here an arrow function, and the second parameter will be empty array. And here we will use Axios to get on /profile, and this is an async. This will return a promise, so let's do .then, and then we get response that we can do stuff with. From the response, we want to grab the data, because as you remember, inside response data, we will have this user data decoded from the token we are sending. So let's just maybe do console log, and let's do response data to see if this will work. Let's refresh. We get a 500 error on this. Let's see. Token on request cookies as it's undefined. Right, let's see if we are sending this. Let's see headers, request headers. We are not sending any cookies. Right, let's see once again. Here we have our Axios. I will refresh. We get 500 and we are not sending any cookies. So that's why it says 500. Right, let's first maybe fix this error inside index.js. Let's do something like this. Const token equals request cookies token. Here we'll add a question mark in case it doesn't exist. And now let's do if we have a token, then let's do all of this. So let's put it like this. Otherwise, so in case we don't have any token, let's just do response. And let's do status. Let's do 420 maybe. And let's do JSON with no token. Sorry, I think 420 is error status. I think on 420 we get, there isn't 420, but we can do 422, unprocessable entity. So let's do 422, or maybe we can do unauthorized or forbidden. Let's do free, forbidden, or I think it should be actually 401, unauthorized. Let's see. Yeah, 401. Let's do unauthorized. Right, now let's see. Network. We get 401, unauthorized, and it will say no token. Right, let's see why we are not sending any token. Let's go to user context. Here we are doing some Axios. Let's maybe add some params here, some options, and that will say credentials or with credentials to true. And let's see if this will help. Now we get still 401, and we are not sending any cookie. Let's see our course response here. So we have allow credentials to true, and we have this allow origin this. So this looks fine. But one thing we forgot is not this with credentials, because we have it inside our app as a default. But one thing we forgot here is that we cannot read the cookies, because we need to add parser for those cookies for request. So let's do app use, and to parse cookies, the same thing we do with JSON, and we need to add a lib actually. So here in my terminal inside API, I will do yarn add, and this is called cookie parser, like this. Yeah, and now we can grab it somewhere here maybe. Let's do const cookie parser require cookie parser, and now app use cookie parser. Let's just call it as a function. And now if I refresh, let's see, still 4.1 request headers, still nothing. Okay, we are not sending this, so that's why we are even with this cookie parser, we are not seeing this. I will try to debug this by putting this like this to see if this is the problem. No, it's not. We still get 4.1 unauthorized, no token. So this wasn't the issue. It should work from this client URL. Let's maybe create another user. Let's do test 5, and let's do test, and let's see how the response looks like. So here we have this post request, we have headers, but look here, what do we have, and what do we have for warning? This set cookie header didn't specify same site attribute and was defaulted to same site lags, and was blocked because came from a cross-site response, which was not the response at the top level navigation. Right, so it works, but it says it has a problem because here we are sending from this localhost, so the IP 127.0.0.1 to localhost, and those are two different host names. And we can fix it either by defining the cookie here. We can define here options, and in the options I can show you, we have domain and secure, and we have this same side. And lags means this is the default, that it will not work between different host names. It will be send, so the browser will have it, but it will not be sent back to a different host name. Strict means it will not be even taken, and none means cookie will be sent. So maybe we can do just same site to none. And now let's see, if I refresh, nothing changed because we need to have a new token. So I will do just test 6, and let's do test register logged in. So registration worked. If I refresh, let's see, still get an error, most likely because we need to add secure to false. Let's test again. Let's do test 7, and let's do test register. And now let's see our registration endpoint. It's this one. We get same site none. Let's refresh. We get still 4.1. Let's change it to secure true. And try again. Test 7. Let's do test register. And it says pending. So our register endpoint got stuck somewhere here. Let's see. Okay, we already have test 7. Let's do test 8. Register. Now it worked. We get the cookie, and now you can see we don't have this warning because we say the cookie is secured because it's encoded, and it's okay to disable this same site to none. So it means you can send, the browser can send it between different host names. Right, but now let's refresh and let's see. Now you can see the profile works. So inside response we have a user ID, and we have even this issued at timestamp. I thought we will also get the username, but let's see. We are grabbing the user data from the token. Let's maybe create another user. I will just remove the cookies. Let's go to application, cookies. I will remove this cookie. Let's see, here we are creating the cookie. Okay, we are sending this in a response, but I don't want to send it in a response. I don't need this inside response. I just need to put it inside my payload of the token. So let's put here username, and now let's do test. I think we are at 9. Test here as well. Register. Right, and now if I refresh, we get every information from the profile. We get user ID, username, and issued at extra information that is created for the JWT tokens. Right, but now registration works. Now we can go to our user context, and here we are console logging the information about the user. So here we are even checking if the user is logged in. And if it is logged in, instead of console logging this, let's do set ID, and we can grab it with this user ID. So let's just do response.data.user ID, and we can grab the username as well. So let's do set username, response data username, but with lowercase n. Right, we are logged in, and logged in, and let's see, app.jsx, we have this routes thing here. Let's open this. Here we have logged in, but we can probably grab and show the username as well. So let's do username. Logged in as test9. So that's cool. Now, if we are logged in, we are logged in because we just registered. But now we need to, let's see, I will clear the cookies. I will go to application, cookies. Let's see. I don't see any cookies here because it's cookie on different host name. So that's why I don't see it for cookies here. But here where we are testing our API endpoint, I can go to application here, cookies. I can see the token and I can remove it from here. So now if I go here, refresh, we are not logged in anymore. But the thing is that now I should be able to log into an existing user. So on this register page, I want to add a link, maybe under the button, login or something like this. So the form will look almost exactly the same. So let's put first here a text, already member, and then a link. Let's put it like this for now, login, something like this. And on this div, let's put this text like this, and let's put class name text center. Yes. And let's do some margin top of 2. So we have some margin. Okay, because register and login form will look exactly the same, only username and password. I will show, when you click the login, I will show exactly the same component. I will just change the name of this button. So let's maybe add a state here, const. Let's call it is login or register, and set is login or register equals use state, and default will be, let's say, register. All right, and let's see. Now instead of this as a link, I will put it as a button. login here. And when we click on this button, let's do on click, we will do arrow function here, and let's run set is login or register, and we will set it to login. Right, I will put this button into separate line, and even the text of this button, right? And here, let's see where we have this register button, Let's change the text depending on what's inside this is login or register. So now we have register all the time, but here we can check is login or register. If it is register, then we will show register with capital L. Otherwise, we will show login, right? So now if I click here, login here, it changes to login. All right, but then I want to hide this text. So let's say that is login or register. If it's register, then I will do end parenthesis, and then I will put it here div with this already a member, and login here. Otherwise, I want to show something else. So let's do is login or register if it's login. So let's do if it's login, then end parenthesis. Let's do exactly the same, but don't have an account, and then register here, or maybe just register. And here, when we click on the button register, it will set our state to register. All right, and yeah, that will work. So now we can click between back and forth. Right, but when we click on this button, it will always do the register function. Maybe we can rename this function to handle submit, and here as well, handle submit. And now we are always calling /register, but we need to sometimes call something else. So it's the const, but maybe under this prevent default, let's do const URL, and this will be if is login or register is if this is register, then we'll return register. Otherwise, we will return login. Yeah, something like this. And now we can use this URL. Yeah. So I guess now we can just rename this register to register and login form. So let's rename this register and login form. Yes. So now let's see if everything worked. Yes, this file has been renamed for me to register and login form, and same with the name of this component. And inside routes, it has been renamed here as well. Register and login form, register and login form, and here we are doing register and login form. So for both registration and login, we have one and the same component, and we just switching stuff here, like the text here and the function that will be called when we submit this form. Right, but if we want to log in, and we will do test1 and test, let's see, inspect, I'll go to network, hit login, we get login 44, cannot post to login because we don't have this endpoint yet. So let's go to index, and let's see, here we have register. So now let's maybe here between the profile and register, let's do app post, and let's handle /login. And here, as always, just request response. And what do we want to do? We want to grab the cookie first, or sorry, not the cookie. We want to grab the information we are sending inside the payload. So username and password. So it's the const username and password from request body. Right. And then what do we want to do? Then we want to check, we want to grab first the user with this username. So let's see from the database. Let's click here, browse collections, and we want to grab the user from this user and with this password. So let's grab the user with our username. So let's do user find, and he will just define username to grab with this username. And this is async function, and we want to grab only one, find only one. Let's do await here, and let's add async here, and const found user. So we are trying to find this user with this username, and what we need to do when we found this. When we found the user, we want to check if the password is the same as in the database. But one thing I forgot to add here is, as you can see, we are storing passwords as a plain text, and we shouldn't do this. So I will add a bcrypt to actually hash our passwords. So let's do here yarn add inside API, and I will install bcrypt.js, and on the top of our Express app, let's use it here. So let's grab it maybe as bcrypt and require bcrypt.js. This is the name of this package. And when we are creating and registering a user, instead of, let's see, instead of creating with this password, I will do password, and I want to send here to the database, not password, there's a clean text. I want to hash it first. So I'll put it into separate lines so it will be easier to follow. And we could do the same as username and username, and here password will be password, but I want to hash it first. So let's do here maybe. I will do const hashed password equals, and here bcrypt, and here I will do hash sync to do this synchronously. The string will be our password, so as the password, and then we need the salt. And to get salt, we need to generate here on the top. So let's do const bcrypt salt, let's call it this way, and we just need to do here bcrypt generate salt sync, and here just number of rounds, I will do just 10, and that's okay. Now we can use it here, bcrypt salt, and now we can use our hashed password. Right, now we have a lot of users with text passwords here that are not encrypted. So I think I would just delete them. Right, so I have deleted all the users. Now I will refresh here, and let's try to log in or register, sorry. Let's do test 1, and let's do test. And let's see, our password should be hashed. Let's do register. And now I will here inside my database refresh here to see how the user looks like. And as you can see, the password is encrypted. So now when we log in, we need to grab this found user. And let's see, with this found user, let's do if we have the found the user, then we want to check the password. And to check the password, we want to use bcrypt compare sync, and first we need to put the string, so our raw text password, and the second parameter here is the hash, so it's from found user password, so it's the hashed password from the database. And the result of this will be a boolean. So let's do pass OK equals this, and then we can check if password, pass OK, then we know that the password is okay. So then we can just regenerate the cookie. So let's do this. Let's do just jwt.sign, and we want to pass, here we are passing user ID and username. Let's do the same thing. And what else do we need? We need here jwt secret. The third param is option, so it will just empty object. And the fourth is the callback. So let's do arrow function and the semicolon here. Inside this arrow function, first we will get the error, and then we will get the token. So let's do this. And then we can do exactly the same thing that we did here. We can response. We need to response with the cookie, and that will have this token information, and we can send some JSON information as well if we want this. Let's send information about our user. So I think we can send us here just ID of the user, ID, and let's do just found user dot underscore ID because it's from database. So it's underscore here. Right, and now we are already logged in, but I can remove this token cookie, and now let's see. Let's log in. Let's do test1. I think test is the password. Let's see, log in, and let's see, it says it's pending. So something is wrong here. Let's see. Created user is not defined. So let's see here. Created user ID. Okay, it's not defined. Should be found user ID. Okay, let's do test1 test, and I want to log in. Test1 test, login, and we are magically logged in. Let's see. Let's go back to register and login form. Yeah, everything just works. If we get from the response username and ID, we are assuming that we are logged in. Right, so now if I refresh, I'm not logged in anymore. Let's see why. On profile, I get 401. Unauthorized, no token. Right, I think this is because that here, let's see, we are sending this cookie, but again, we forgot about this, that we are sending to different hostname, and we need to pass this info here. So now let's try to test1 test and login, and we are logged in. If I refresh, I'm still logged in. Right, and now let's see. So we are done with registration and authentication. We can register and log in. So now if we are logged in, I want to show the chat. So let's style it a little bit. So here we have this routes thing, and the routes is only showing the register and login form if you are not logged in. If you are logged in, it shows you this text. I will actually change it that it will not show the text if you are logged in, but if you are logged in, it will show you the chat component. So here inside client source, I'll create a new component. Let's call it chat.jsx, and here let's just do export default function chat, and it will just return, let's see, an empty div. Yeah, that will work. Chat here. Yeah, let's go back to routes, and here instead of this return logged in username, I will do just chat like this, and now it says chat here. But let's go to chat, and now let's style our chat component. So I was thinking like this. On the left, we will have all the active chats and all the people. And here, the big part will be the conversation. And on the bottom, we will have a form for typing the message and send button. So really simple chat. So we will need 2 columns. So let's make this main div flex, and let's make it have screen. Yes, now we can add 2 columns. Let's do the first. Let's do background blue 100, and it will be left, and the second will be background blue 300, maybe like this, and it will be center, something like this. So now the left should be much bigger, so let's make it width of 1/3, and the rest should be width of 2/3, something like this. And here we'll have the chats, like the people we can click, and here we will have the conversation. All right, so here we can switch between people and groups and so on. Here we'll have the conversation, and on the bottom we will have the input for sending new messages and attaching files and so on. So here I want to do, first let's do that on the left side. We want to show the people, so I will say contacts maybe here. And here on the center part, we will have 2 things. First, we'll have all the messages for the selected contact, and on the bottom, we will have the form. So first, we will have a div with messages, and then we will have a div with a form, something like this. Messages with selected person. And here we'll have the form. But form we can fix now. So let's do input with some class names. No class names for now. Or maybe we can add some class names. Let's do that. The background will be white. Yeah, and I will also add a placeholder here. Type your message here. Yeah, and let's also add the border here. Let's add padding of 2. Yeah, let's see. I'll put it into separate lines so it will be easier to see. And let's see, we need also a button for sending a message. So we can have send, something like this. Maybe I can add an icon. I will, let's do send. We will use this airplane from hero icons. I will copy JSX, and instead of the send, I will copy this. Now let's see if we have this airplane. Yes, we do. Now for this button, I will add some class names as well. Let's do background blue, maybe 500. Yes. And now for this div that holds the input and the button, I will make it flex. Yeah. And now for this button, I will add padding of 2 as well. And the text should be white. Yes, and that's much better. And now for this flex parent, let's add a gap of at least 2, so we have some space between the input and the button. And now let's see. I want this input to take the whole space, to take the whole space. So let's say flex grow. Yeah. But now I want to have some margins on this. So let's do mx2. So we have some margins on the sides. And yes, but maybe instead of having this here, we can put it here above. So let's do just padding of 2 on all sides. Yes. But now I will do inspect here, and let's see, for this div, I want to take all the possible height, and this div with just the input and the button, I want to be it on the bottom. So to do this, I will do on the right column on this one, I will make it flex, and I will change it to flex column like this. And this first part should take all the possible space. So let's do flex grow. Okay, so now as you can see, it's on the bottom, the form. And now let's see. Here we have the messages with the selected person. So now that looks much better. Now for the left part, I think I would do the left part just white. Yes. And for the input, let's see, I want to add some rounded corners. For the input, rounded SM, and for the button as well, let's do rounded SM. Yeah, so the corners would be rounded a little bit. All right, and this blue can be lighter. Let's do maybe 100 or maybe just 50 as we have on the login and register page. Yeah, I think 50 works really nice. So now we have input for sending messages, and we have contact side here and messages that we should see here. So what's the first thing we want to see here? We need to be able to select a contact. So I think we can maybe just show all people that are online, and how we can do this. First, we need to create a WebSocket server. So I will go here to our API, index.js, and let's see, here we have a lot of code for registering and so on. Here, when we are doing app listen, this will return a server object that we will need. So let's do const server equals this. And now we can do something like this. We can create a WebSocket server using this server object here. So we'll have also both the API server that will respond with JSON and so on, and we can have a WebSocket server in the same file here. So to do this, I will need to install another package for our API here. So let's do just yarn add WS. It's for WebSocket library, and let's grab it here on the top. So it's the const, and now let's see. Now let's call it just WS equals require WS. All right. Now let's go back to the bottom, and now with this variable and this server object, we can define like another server with for WebSockets. So let's do just a new WS, and here we have something called the WebSocket server. And here inside options, we will just put our server, all right? And this will return WebSocket server. You see, there's a difference. WS is just a library, and WSS is WebSocket server that we will use now later. So let's do WebSocket server on connection. On connection, here we have an callback, and let's see. I'll put an semicolon here, and let's see. On connection, we will just do console log, and let's say connected. That's it, and we will see this only here in the console when someone will connect. But let's connect first. Let's see, inside our chat, we want to connect to our WebSocket server. So let's do this. When this chat component mounts, we want to do run some code. So let's do use effect, arrow function, and second param will be empty parentheses. All right. And now here we will just connect. So let's do a new WebSocket. Here we just need to pass the URL, and the URL usually goes like this: ws / and the host that we have here. So I can just copy this, accept the /test, right? And let's see, I would put it like this. Now let's see here, console, no errors, network, no errors. I will refresh. Let's open here console. As you can see, we are connected. So everything works so far. Now this connection, we want to have it somewhere. So let's put it inside state. So let's do const ws connection, or maybe just let's call it ws, so WebSockets, and set ws equals use state. Let's see, default will be null. Why not? And this will be our ws that we will set back to our state. All right, so now when we have our WebSocket here, we can add things that should happen when we receive a message. And that is exciting. So let's do ws, and here we can add the event listener. So let's do add event listener. Let's do message, and on message, let's just maybe put the handler as a separate function. So let's do function handle message like this, and this will be in event. So place an e as a param here, and here we'll have a handle message. Here we'll just do console log new message, hooray, and we'll just console log this e as well because it's event information. So let's go back to our index.js, and let's see, maybe we will just send a welcome message to our user, because why not? So let's do just connection, and let's just do send, and here we will just send the message. So let's just say hello, right? And let's see console. If I refresh, we get new message with message event. We cannot, or we actually can. We see data hello. So that is nice. So now we can receive messages. But now instead of just sending a hello message, we should be able to send messages as well. And we want to first see who is online. All right, so to see who is actually online and to display them here on the left side, we can actually use the WebSocket server, and there is a property called clients, and it will show all active connections here. But it's just connections, and there's no information about what that person is. And the thing is that we want to know the ID and the username of the user who is connected. That's why here, where we are connecting, we are going to save some extra information about this user. So here we have a connection for a specific user when that user is connecting. And the thing is that here we actually have some request information as well that we can use. So let's maybe start by printing this information and this request, and to see what we have here. Maybe we can just print headers to see what we have. I will open this tab in my terminal, and to see the working server, and now I will refresh. And now, as you can see, it printed a lot of information. We have, like, in headers, we have host, connection, blah, 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 and we have cookie here. And as you remember, in this cookie token, we have encoded information about the ID and the username. Here we are assigning this cookie with the information user ID and the username. And we can read this token back. We can decode this cookie. We can decode this token, so we can grab this ID and the username. So this is what I'm going to do now. First, all the cookies sit inside the cookie property, inside headers. So the first thing I'm going to do is to just grab it. Let's do const cookies equals request, and now headers dot cookie. All right, and here inside cookies we will have this string, But the thing is that there can be many cookies inside, not only just one. So first, let's maybe just check if we have anything here. If cookies, then, okay, if we have a string here, and this is not empty, then what do we want to do? First, we want to split it because it can be several cookies. For now, we have only one token equals this, but it can be several cookies. And if there's several cookies and they are separated by some semicolon, so let's split it now. Let's do cookies and let's do split and let's do semicolon here. All right, and when we split it, we want to find exactly this cookie. So we want to find a cookie where the string starts with token equals. So let's do dot find, and let's find that the string starts with, and it starts with token equals. Right, then we will have a token cookie string. All right, something like this. Let's put const here, and now let's see. I'll make it be a little bigger, and now let's see. Now let's print this token cookie string. So let's do console log, and let's do token cookie string like this. Let's scroll to the bottom here. I will refresh here, and as you can see, we get all this as a token cookie string. And the thing is that we want only this part. So let's do const token, or maybe first let's check if we have something here. If token cookie string, then let's do const token, and let's do equals token cookie string. So everything, including this token equals. And to grab only the second part after the equals, we will do the split, and let's do split by equals, and let's take the second part, so index 1, not index 0, index 1. Right, now let's check if we have a token, right? Then what do we want to do with this token? Maybe let's first print it. So let's do console log, and let's do token. Yeah, now if I refresh, you can see we have this token here. Right, so now let's decode this token because we have this information inside. So let's do JWT, and let's do verify. And here inside we first need to put JWT string, and this will be our token. The next thing is that we need this secret, JWT secret, that we defined on the top of our page. So it looks like, no, it's actually inside our .env file. Right, and let's see, what else do we need here? I think let's see, the third param is options, and then we have callback. The options will be an empty object, and the callback will be actually arrow function for us, like this. And in this callback, first param is error, and the second param is actually the data. So let's call it user data. Right, let's check if we have an error. If error, let's just throw error. Otherwise, let's maybe do just console log, and let's see user data, right? I will refresh, let's see, and we have user data, user ID, username, and stuff like this. Right, so now let's put this user data to our connection. Right, so now let's see. Let's grab user ID and username from user data, and now let's put it into connection. And this connection is a connection between our server and one specific connection client. If you open the page, then you get connection to the server, and this is this connection. And this is our WebSockets connection to the client. All right, so let's do connection. Let's just do user ID equals user ID, user ID, and same with username. Let's do username equals username. Yeah, so we have it. All right, so now we are saving this information to a connection, and all connections sit inside WebSocket server.clients. So after we connected, we are trying to do this with the cookie stuff. We want to find the user ID and username. But the next thing after we get this information would be to actually grab all the clients from WebSocket server and see who is online. So maybe let's first check it. Let's do console log, and let's console log WebSocket server.clients. And this is an object of clients, and I want to transform this to array. And to do this, I will do array ... and close array here. So now it will be transformed to a regular array. Now let's do just length to see how many connections we have. And yeah, let's see. I will refresh. As we can see, we have 2 connections. And this is because when we are running React app in development mode, it will render every component 2 times, and that's why we have 2 connections. That is not any problem. The thing is that instead of checking the length, let's map through every connection, and let's check that username. So let's do see that username, and let's see if I refresh, will it work? Yes, we see that we have test 1 that is online. I can open here a second browser in another screen. So here I have Firefox, and here I have Google Chrome. And the thing is that inside Firefox, I'm logged in with test1 account. Here I will log in as test2. So I do test2, and here test, and let's log in. Now I'm logged in. And the thing is that if I refresh any browser, it will show both test1 and test2. You see, so I know who is online. And I can send this information back to our React app. So let's do this now. So we have usernames and user IDs here, as you remember, on each connection. And now we will try to send this to all our clients. So let's do this. First, let's grab WebSocket clients as an array, WebSocket server clients. And now we want to, for each client, we want to send the information who is online. So let's open arrow function here, and let's see. For each client, we want to send a message. So let's do send. And here we need to pass a string as a message. But instead of passing like a string, I think I will send a JSON. So let's do JSON stringify. And here I can then put an object. But instead of an object, I will put an array of people who are online. So how we can do this? We just need to do, again, WebSocket server.clients. And for each client, we need to map it. And for each connected client, we are going to return, we can do user ID to be client user ID like this, and now username to be client user name. All right, and let's see if this will work. I'll click inspect here to open console. Let's make it a little bigger. Let's refresh, and we get some messages here. Let's see. And we have data, user ID this, username this. So we get something. Let's now maybe try to parse it. Maybe instead of sending this as an array, we will try to send it as an object. So let's send it as an object, and let's put this as an object called online equals online to be this, right? And now let's go to our chat JSX, and let's see. Here we have this handle new message, and we are just doing console log. Instead of doing this, let's do event data, and I think there's a method called text, and it's a promise, so we need to run that then. And then we have this message string. You can call it just message or just string, doesn't really matter. We get here in this all of this JSON that we need to parse. So let's do arrow function here, and let's see. Let's do here now console log, and let's do message string. Right now, if I refresh, we get the data text is not a function. So let's maybe try to comment this for now. Let's just do console log on the, let's maybe rename this to event, so we will know this is actually event. Let's do event.data, and let's see, what do we have? And it looks like it is just a string. So there's looks like there's no promise. So with this string, we can actually just parse the message. So let's do console log, and but before, let's do assign to a constant. Let's call it message data, and let's do JSON parse and event data, and here let's do just message data. And now if I refresh, we get this as a pretty object with online 5, and we get test1, test1, test2, test2, test2. We will just find unique values. This means that if I refresh, it will be even another connection for test1. So we will just need to find unique names here. Right, but everything sits inside online. So let's maybe check it first. So let's check first here if online in message data, then let's do function show online people, and we will just use message data.online. But we need to define this function first. So let's do function show online people, and here we'll get people. But as you remember, there can be duplicates, because there can be many connections from one person. So let's console log it first. Console log, and let's do people. Right, I will refresh here. Let's see. Now we have 7 connections because we get another one for test 2 because the browser refreshed. So how can we display those people, find unique people and display them here? How can we do this? The easiest way to find unique people would be to create a set from this. So this is what I'm going to use. I will rename this to people array, and I will do const people equals new set, And now I will do people array for each person. I will do people, and then I think I can do add, and then I can do person. Yes, and now let's see console log our people object. So let's do people. Let's see if we will have some dupes. Yeah, it looks like we have dupes. So this is not going to work. Instead, we are going to have a regular object. So let's do const people, and it will be an object. And key, we will have a key value. So the key will be ID and the value will be username. So let's do people array for each. And instead of doing for each person, let's directly here grab user ID from here, and let's grab also username. And now let's do people of user ID equals username, like this. Now let's do console log people, and let's see. You can see, as you can see, we have only two rows here with test 1 and test 2, right? So if I clear, let's refresh. Yeah, we get only this object. Right, so now let's display them here on the left side. Let's see, here we have this contact string, and now we want to display those people here. Before we can do this, we need to put them inside the state. So let's create a state. Maybe let's call it online people equals use state, and default will be empty array. And now here let's do set online. Sorry, I forgot. I have online people, but I forgot to set online people. Yeah. Now let's do set online people and just people here. Yeah. And now I can use online people down here to show the usernames. So let's do online people.map, or maybe let's first check that we have something here. But this will be actually an object, so I cannot do map directly here, and default should be an object as well. Right, so here I will grab first object keys from this, object keys of online people, and then I will map through the keys, and the keys are actually the user IDs. And I will do person like this, and let's do parentheses, and here let's do a div, and this will not be actually person, this will be only user ID, and we can print this user ID here, and we have IDs of every connected person. But to show the username, we will just do online people, parentheses here, and just user ID. So we have test 1 and test 2. And what do we want to do now? We want to style it a little bit. So let's maybe add a padding of 2. Yeah, so it will look a little better. And let's see. We have those divs here. I will put it like this. And for this div, for every person, I would like to add a border bottom, actually. Yeah, a little line here. And let's add the border will be color of gray 100. So it will be lighter, barely visible. Let's also do a padding of on the top and the bottom of 2. So we have more spacing. And yeah, here on the top, before all the context, I want to have a logo or something like this. So I will put it here. So I will put this logo as a div. Why not? Let's put the div, and let's call our app MERN chat. Why not? So we have it. And I want to make it blue. So let's do text blue 500. Yeah. Let's do bold. So let's see, font bold. Yeah, so we have it. Maybe we can do this even darker. Let's do 700. Maybe 600 will be enough. And it would be nice with an icon. So I will open hero icons and let's search for chat. And let's take this one. Let's see what different types do we have. I think I will take solid. Copy JSX and let's put it here. And the closing div should go here. Now let's see. We have MERN chat, but we need to put it next to each other. So that for this div, let's put flex. And let's add the gap of at least 1. So we have some spacing, maybe 2. Yeah. I want to have more spacing for the whole sidebar, or at least the left and the top. So let's see, we have padding of 2 here. I would like to have padding left of at least 4 and padding top of 4. Yeah, and I think that is much better. Now for this logo, let's add margin bottom of 4 as well. And yeah, that will work. Now, for every person, I would like to have avatar. We don't have any avatars here, but I want to just show a circle with a color and maybe the first letter of the name. So let's put maybe a div for now here. And it will be with class names of, let's put width of 4 and height of 4, and let's see. Let's add background color of red 200. So we have a square. I think that actually it will be better to put this as a separate component, so I will cut it from here. And inside client source, let's do new file, and it will be avatar.jsx. And let's do export default function. Let's call this avatar. Yes, and let's do return. And we will just paste this div here. I want to have ID as a param here, the user ID. Let's call it user ID. So we will have different colors. But first, let's print those squares here. So here, let's do avatar. And let's see, we have squares. Let's make them rounded. So let's do rounded full. Yeah, so we have circles. Let's make them bigger. So let's do width of 12. Same for height. Maybe that's too big. Let's do just 8. Yeah, I think 8 will work. Let's go back to chat and let's see. We have here the avatar and here we have the username. Let's put the username is in a span element, just so we can style it a little better. And for this main div, for each contact, let's put it as flex. And now as you can see, the username is here mostly to the top, and we want to pull it down a little bit, or we want to make it center. Let's do items center, and let's see. And now I think it's much better. Let's add some gap of 2. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe now we don't, or maybe let's keep this padding of 2, and I think it looks fine so far. Now for this, now for those avatars, I will add actually both username here, and that will be this. I will pass username and I will pass user ID as well. User ID. So now inside avatar, we have both user ID and username. And here inside, I want to just print inside the circle first letter of the username. So let's do username index of 0. So we have T on both. And I want to make it centered. So let's do text center. Yeah. And I want to make it centered also vertically. So I want to pull it down a little bit. So let's do flex and items center. I hope this will work. Yes, but now the text center doesn't work. But I think we just need to put it this inside a div, another div, and then we can just put the text center on this div. Text center here with dash. Text should be enter center, and let's see. No, didn't work. Let's see. Looks like it didn't work because this div is small. Let's make it with full. Yeah, now the T is in the middle. Right, but we have only one color, and I want to have different colors for different users. And I want to calculate the color from the user ID. So this user will always have this pink color, and this user will have, for example, green color, and so on. So to do this, I will first define colors. So let's do const colors. And let's say that we will have background red 200. We will have also background green 200, green 200. We will have also background do we have like purple? Let's see, background purple. Yeah, we have purple as well, purple 200. Let's do purple. And what else do we have here? Background, we have pink, purple. Maybe we can take blue as well. Background blue 200. And maybe we can take yellow. Let's do yellow here as well. I'll put it as a separate lines. So let's do background yellow 200. And there is a color also called teal. So we are going to take it as well. So let's do teal 200. And I think 6 colors will work for now. Right, so we have 6 colors. And now let's split them between IDs. So of course the colors will not be unique, but the test 2 will have always the same color. So to do this, to calculate the color from the user ID, let's maybe first console log the user ID, and let's see how we can get it. So we have a user ID that looks like this, and actually I would like to change this hex number to an integer with base 10. So let's do const user ID base 10 equals, and let's do parse int and user ID, but the regular user ID, as you can see, is with base 16, so we'll change it to 16 here. And now let's do console log of user ID base 10, and now as you can see, it's a number, but it's super long. And I will transform this to string, and I would like to take, or maybe not to string, I will just do modulo on the colors length. And let's see what do we got. If I refresh, as you can see, we get 040404. So this one, The first one will always have the color of index 0, and the test one will always have the yellow, I guess, the index 4, because if you take the ID of test 1 user and divide it by 10, divided by the number of colors, then the change from this division will be 4. So it's like having ID of 12. Let's see that user ID base is 12. So the user ID is 12 here, and we will divide it by 6. Maybe let's change this number so it will be easier to calculate. If you take 15 divided by 6, it will be 2 point something. But if you do modulo, it will be actually 4, because we have 2 6s inside 15, so it will be 12, and the rest is actually 3, sorry. So the modulo will be 3. And then we just take the third color. This is how it will work. So let's do const here, color equals, and let's just do maybe color index this, and then do const color equals, and let's do colors of color index colon here. And now instead of doing this, we are going to change this to a string like this, space here and here plus, and the color. All right, now let's see. This one has pink and this one has yellow. Maybe we can change the order of the colors. I can put this one first. Yeah, something like this. And this one will be last. And we have colors like this. And even if I refresh, I still have the same colors, because the IDs of those two users are they are not changing. Right, so now we have avatars. Maybe we can change the letter opacity. So let's do opacity of maybe 50%, something like this. Maybe like 70. Yeah, I think this looks much better. Right, back to our chat JSX, and here where we have our span, and we have black text for the username. Maybe we can change it to something else. So let's do class name, and let's do text gray. Maybe let's do 600, maybe more. Let's do 800. Yeah, it's almost black, but not black. This will work for now. For the whole row, I want to have a cursor of pointer. So now I will have this hand icon when I hover here. And now I want to be able to click and select a person. So let's create a function for this. Let's call this function select person, or maybe select contact. And I want to take user ID as the param. All right, so now, as you can see, we have this div for every online person, and here we'll add on click. And when we click, I will add here an arrow function, and we will run select contact with this specific user ID. Right, and here select contact, the only thing that we actually need to do is to save it to a state. So let's create a state for this. Let's do const and selected, let's call it selected user, maybe selected user ID. And set selected user ID, use state, and default will be, let's say, null. Yeah, and here we can just do set selected user ID of user ID, but because this function is so short, we can do it directly here. Set selected user ID like this, and now I can select, and the state will change. but it only changes state and we are not using this variable, so we need to use it. So let's do this. Here we have the onClick. Here we have the class names. I will make them as string. I will add a space here and plus parenthesis, and here let's check if the user ID of this row, user ID, is the same of selected user ID. And then we want to, what do we want to do? We want to add the class name. What would be the class name? Let's add background of blue 200, and otherwise empty string, so otherwise no extra classes. So now we have this 200. Let's maybe change it to 100, or maybe to just 50. Yeah, and this works, but this padding looks weird, so I want to fix it. So this padding that we have on the main sidebar, let's change it. I think it's here, padding left and padding top. Let's remove it. And now instead, let's see, for each contact we have padding of 2 on the top and the bottom. Let's also add padding left of 4. Yeah, now we need to add back some paddings on this logo here. So let's do here maybe padding of 4 on each side as well. We have margin bottom of 4. Maybe we don't need this anymore. And I think it works. Now we can switch between those contacts. So that is cool. Now it would be maybe nice to put this div as a log, as a separate component. So I'll put it here, new file. Let's call just logo.jsx. And I will cut it from here. And I will put it here as export default function, logo. And let's do return parenthesis, and let's paste it here. And now let's put it back here. So let's do logo like this, and it has been imported for me here somewhere at the top. So yeah, that is really nice. Same thing with those contacts on the left side. Maybe instead of printing them as divs, we can put it as a separate component. Maybe not now. Let's have them as divs here. So we can select here, and well, this will work for now. If this will grow, if this code will grow too much, we will put it as separate components. Right, we see 2 people, but actually the first one is me. So so the first one shouldn't be visible. And we are missing key property on this map here. So let's add this key property first. Key will be user ID. Yeah. So if I refresh, now it works. All right. So we shouldn't show the user ID, user of this one, because this is our user. So let's first grab our user. We can grab it from context. So let's do const, and let's do grab user name from use context, and it's user context like this. And now maybe we can just first print under the logo our username. So we see it's test1. And here we are looping through online people. And the thing is that we are showing test1 and we shouldn't. Maybe instead of looping online people like this, we can define maybe here before we return online people excluding logged, excluding our user. Let's call it like this. And it will be online people. And we want to run a filter on those. and we want to check that that person, or actually the user ID of that person, or username. We can just grab username from the object. Username is not the same as username of our logged in user. So those variables are the same. So maybe to fix this, I will not use username, but instead I will just use P as person, and let's check that P username is different than the username of the logged in user. So now this didn't work. Let's see, username and username. Let's see, filter is not a function. Right, filter is not a function because this is not an array. This is actually an object. And so maybe instead of trying to filtering, let's create a copy of online people to this online people excluding our user. And now let's try to just unset delete online people excluding our user, and we want to delete username. So this will be not username, user ID. We need user ID. So let's call it, let's grab user ID. I think it's user ID. Let's see. No, it's just ID. So let's grab it, ID, like this, and let's grab the ID. Now everything works, but we want to use this. Let's use, and now we see only test2 because the test1 is our user and we are deleting our user from this array. And this array is just a copy of online people. Sorry, not array, an object. Right. So we can only select this one person. I would like to have even more styling here, a little more. So here I want also to add, maybe not here, but inside. I would like to have a small bar here on the left side. So here I want to check if the user ID is actually the selected user ID. So the user ID is the same as selected user ID. Then let's do end parenthesis, and here we can do div selected to see the text selected. But the only thing I want to do is to add class names on this div. And let's add width of just 1. Let's add background color of blue 500. Let's see, width of 1. Yeah, let's add also height of full. No, height of 12. Let's see. Yeah, now we have this line. But I want this line to be excluded from this paddings. So how we can do it? We have those paddings here, and I want those paddings to be only on the avatar and the username. So here for those I will create a separate div, and I'll put the avatar and the username here. And this should be actually flex as well, with some gap of at least 2. But now we want to take the paddings from here and we want to put it here. And now we also can see it's much prettier. And now for this line, I want also to fix the rounded. I want to do rounded right side. Right. Let's maybe do medium. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, now this username should be centered. So let's do here items center. Yeah, and now it works. Now we shouldn't be able to see these messages with selected person. Instead, we should see something else. Let's see, if I refresh and no person is selected, I should see maybe a message saying please select the person to create to see conversation. Here we have messages with selected person. Here first maybe we can check if we have any selected person. Selected user ID, let's check that. If we don't have any, then let's do parentheses, let's do div, no selected person. Yeah, no selected person. But I would like to see this message here in the middle with light gray text. So how can we do this? Let's do that. This will have class name of this will have a class name of have full, or maybe let's make it flex as well, and let's make items center. Let's do also justify center, yeah, and this text, let's put it into separate div like this. We have flex, we have item center. Let's see how this looks like here. What is the size of this? Okay, it doesn't take the full height of this place. So let's do height full. Let's see if this changed. No. Maybe we just need to do flex grow. No. Let's see, stretch items stretch like this, or is it stretch? No stretch here. We just need to do have full. Sorry, it wasn't have, it's just h full. And now we have no selected person. But for this, we can just show this text as text gray. Maybe let's make it 400. Yeah, so this it's maybe even lighter, 300. No, 400 will be good. And instead of no selected person, let's do select a person. And let's add arrow. Let's do and left arrow like this, and we have an arrow. Select the person from the sidebar. Yeah, maybe this text can be even lighter. Let's do 300. Yeah, I think this will work. Right, so now when we select the person, we should see the conversation with that person. But we, as test1, we don't have any conversation with test2. And we cannot send messages yet to test2. So let's start by doing this. So on the bottom here, we have this button and we have this input. And let's fix first state for our message here. So let's create a state for this. Let's call this state new message text, and set new message text, and default state will be empty string. Now let's put it here for our input. So let's do value new message text, and here we also need on change, and on change we'll get event, and on this event we will do set new message text of event target value. All right, now we can type here, and now we want to fix that when we hit this button or when we hit enter here, it will send the message. So to do this, I will change this div, main div here above the input to form, and on this form I will add on submit. And let's see, this button here will be type of submit, so it will be submitting the form, and on form on submit we will run the function send message. Yes, And now we need to define this function, maybe somewhere here. Let's do function and send a message, yes. And we will get event as always. And because this is on submit, this is form we need to do prevent default, so it will not reload to the page. Right, and when we are sending the message, what do we want to do? We want to grab our WebSocket server and we want to send a message. So let's do WebSocket server and let's do, I think it will be as easy as just doing send. We don't want to send only the text from the message, not only the message from our input, but we want also to send the information about the user ID that we have selected. To do this, we will do JSON stringify, and here we'll put an object of, let's call message. We'll send an object that will have a message, and inside this message we will have a recipient. Recipient will be the selected user ID, and we need also to send the text, and the text will be the text from the input. The text from the input is new message text. So let's put it here. And now this now starts to look weird. Let's reformat this a little bit. Yeah, something like this. And now let's see. Now we should be able to send the message. But before we will try to send a message, we shouldn't be able to see this form if we haven't selected the person. So let's hide this form if there's no person selected. Here we have this form, and let's do if no selected user ID, or actually if we have selected, so bang bang means we will convert this value to Boolean. So if this is an integer or a string, it will be converted to a Boolean. So if this is empty, it will be converted to false. If this is not empty, it will be converted to true. So if we have a user, so this will be true, we will do parentheses and we will put this form thing here. All right. So now we need to first select the person so we can see the form. And now we can send the message. But before we do this, let's see how we can receive it inside our API index.js. So here, as you remember, we have on connection, we are checking the cookie and we are trying to read the username and the user ID from the encrypted cookie token. And we are setting this on the connection, and when someone connects, we are also sending information about this to everyone here. So maybe I can add a comment. Let's add a comment, notify everyone about connected, or maybe just online people. Yeah. When someone connects. Right, and now here we have, let's call this part read user name and ID from the cookie for this connection. Yeah, and there's one more thing we want to do. We want to take that connection and we want to define what should happen if that connection sends a message. So on message, and maybe on message, let's just do console log and see what will happen. So I'll open a terminal here so we can see something. Let's do test. Let's send this. Let's see, nothing happened. And let's see, console. Looks like something is wrong. Let's see. Chat. We have value on change. And let's see if this is even executed. Let's do console log sending to see if this is being sent. I refresh. No people. I need to refresh here as well. Now refresh here. All right, something wrong with the server. Let's see. No. Let's see here on the message. Oh, now we see the test 2. Right. And here we should be able to see test 1. Yeah, that's okay. All right. If I select this person, let's do test. Let's send it. And we get sending here. And here we get our console log of this message. As you can see, it's just a buffer. And we don't want to have a buffer. We want to convert this binary buffer to our JSON that we were sending. So the second param here is actually information if the message is binary. So let's grab it. And here, let's do something like this. If it is binary, let's do just console log as it was. But before we'll console log, let's check if it's binary. We will do message and we'll run toString. Otherwise, we'll just show message. Right now, if I refresh, I see no people because I need to refresh again here. And now let's do here test, or maybe just tst, send. And I have a buffer again, console logged. Let's do test again, send. So let's see what is binary saying. Console log. Let's print both message and is binary to see if everything looks fine. Right, and now let's see, and we will refresh both this and this. Yeah, and now let's see, test, send, is binary false. Well, I think this is wrong. Let's see. Maybe instead of this JSON, let's first try with just test. Doesn't matter what we have inside input. Right, and now if I send, I get a small buffer and is binary false. Looks like this is binary, doesn't actually do what it should. So instead, maybe I can check the type of the message. So let's do type of message, and let's see what this will say. I need to refresh. Now let's see if I send, it says object. So maybe if I do just console log and message to string without checking anything, let's see. I will refresh again here to have someone to chat with. Let's do test, and we have test as a text. So to grab the message, we actually need to run on string without even checking if it's binary. So let's do const message equals message to string like this. And we don't actually need to do const because we already have this variable here. And back to our chat, we can send the message as it was, as a JSON. And we don't need this console log here. And back here, and we can actually just parse it, our JSON. So do JSON parse, and let's do just console log of this message to see if we have all the information. All right, so I will refresh again on both windows here. So I have someone to talk with. Let's do test. Let's send it. And we have this object here. So this message, maybe we can call it message data, const message data. And let's do message data here as well. So it will be, oops, message data like this. Inside message data, we have message, recipient, and text. And maybe we don't need to send it as message and then inside. Maybe we can just send recipient and text. So we'll get rid of this message part, and I'll put those to like this. Now here, here inside message data, I can check if we have both recipient and text. So let's check if message data we have dot recipient, or maybe we can grab it here first and assign it recipient and text. Let's grab it from message data. So we can grab it like this, but here the problem is that this can be actually not defined. Recipient can be sometimes undefined if we send something else, but we can fix it later then. And then let's check if we have recipient and we have text, then we send the message to that other person. And inside recipient, we have the user ID we want to send this message to. So how we send this message to that person. To do this, we need to go to our, we need to go to our WebSocket server clients. And so let's do WebSocket server clients. And let's transform it to an array. And let's find, because this will find only one client, and sometimes this test2 can be connected on many devices. So if that person is connected both on a browser, on a computer, and on mobile, we want to find many. We want to find both on the mobile and on the browser. So instead of find, we will do filter. And we want to filter that this client user ID is the same as recipient, because inside recipient we have that user ID we want to send the message to. And when we filter those clients, for each client we want to send. So let's do send, and let's send it as you remember, we want to send it as JSON. We do this here. So let's do JSON stringify, because we can send only texts. We don't want to send text, we want to send an object. That's why we do JSON stringify to put it as a string, this object, and on the front end inside our React app, we are using JSON parse to parse this string to an object. All right. And here we just want to pass an object that will have only text. All right. And now let's go back to our chat and let's see, handle new message. Here we are checking if this object has online. So we are handling this, but we are not handling this text, incoming text. So let's here do else. So otherwise let's just console log our message data. And let's console it like this as an object. Right, I will refresh here again. And now I will select, let's send test 1, 2, 3, send, and nothing happened here. But let's see here if I click inspect here and I open console inside Firefox. Let's make it bigger here as well. You can see we get message data and we get this text 1, 2, 3. All right, so and if I select test 1 and I send something from here, let's do test 3, 2, 1. Let's send it. We will get it here, message data test 3, 2, 1. Right, but there are a few things we need to fix. First, after we send it, we want to clear this input and show this message here. And when we receive the message, we want to also show it here. So on the top here, let's define messages as a state. But before we do this, let's clear this input first after we send something. So send message. here we are sending. After we send the message, let's do set new message text to empty string, and this will fix this thing. Another thing is that after we send this message, we want to add it to our state so we can display it here. So let's create a state for this. Let's do const messages, sorry, not like this. First array messages, and set messages, use state empty array as default. And yeah, and then we want to use the set messages when we send a message. So here we are sending the message. After we send, we clear this input. And the other thing we want to do, we want to add this message to our messages. So let's do set messages. And here we want to first grab previous value, and we want to return it as an array of previous messages plus our next message. So let's just put as an object that will have only text, but we don't have this text, so let's put this text as new message text. Right, so now we should have something inside our state when we send the messages. We will have this will be an array of objects, and every object will have a text inside. Maybe another information we want to add for the messages we send is our to be true. Yeah, and now let's see. Here we are showing this thing called select a person, this thing here. If we don't have selected user, if we have selected user, so bang bang selected user ID, then let's do parentheses, let's put the div, and here we want to print all the messages from messages state. So it's the messages dot map, and here for each message we want to do arrow function here, another parenthesis, and for each message we will put a div, and first we want to do message text to show the text. And let's see if it works. I will refresh here and I will refresh here. Let's try to send something to user test1 that we are logged in here, and here we are logged in as test2. So let's send something to our test1 user. Let's call it, let's say hello test1, and let's do enter. Here we have a small warning, but that's okay. If we select it, we don't see the messages because this user wasn't selected. But let's try here, from here. Let's do hello test2. If we send it, let's see, we get we don't see incoming messages, we see only outgoing messages. So here we see hello test2 because we just sent it. Hello test2, are you there? And let's see, it works. But now we want to also see incoming messages, and we are not seeing incoming messages. To see incoming messages, here for handle message, as you remember, we have this message data, inside we have text, and we just need to put it inside our messages. So let's do set messages, previous messages, and we want to here just put an array of all previous messages, and we want to add an object of the new message. Here we'll put is ours, was it is our? Yeah, it's our to false. So it's not our message because it's incoming message. And we will also need text, and text will be actually message data dot text, right? And now let's refresh here and refresh here. Let's try to send the hello test1. Let's try to send it. Let's see. Okay, now we don't send it because we haven't selected the user. But well, you see this? We see hello test1. We see it twice because we get 2 events. So how we can fix it? We can check ID of the event to add it only once. But before we do this, I would like to have the ID on each message to know who is the sender. So here, where we receive the message, we don't actually know who is the sender because our server is not saying about this. Here we are just sending the text, but not who is the sender. Let's do sender. So the person who is sending this, and the person who is sending this is, we don't actually know. We don't have this information here. So that's something we need to fix. Let's see. We actually have it on connection because we are saying when this connection sends a message, then we are doing this. We are trying to find connections for this recipient, and then we are sending this text. But the user ID is actually here. So we can do sender, and we can do connection, and dot user ID, something like this. And now inside our chat, let's always display event of the message, and let's always display message data as an object, right? If I refresh here, let's refresh here as well. Here we have the information about online people, as you can see, that we get when we connect the first time. But let's clear it. Let's select this one. Let's select this one. And let's send something to our user test1. Hello test1, send. Let's see, we get hello test1, and we get 2 events here, as you can see. And the thing is that those 2 events have the same message, so you can see that the data is identical, and I think the timestamp is also identical. It's 8147. No, the timestamps here are not identical. We have timestamp. Let's see, do we have something else? No, we get only text and the sender. Maybe let's create identifiers for all messages. So here, where we receive a message, we are just sending it to the connections of this recipient ID, of this user ID. But maybe before sending, let's put them into database, because we will need this to retrieve them later anyway. So here, where we grab the recipient and text, let's create a message. Let's put this message first into our database. So first we will need a model, as we had with our user. Let's call this model message.js. And here let's just first grab mongoose. So let's do const mongoose, require mongoose. Right, and now first we need a schema. So let's do message schema. Let's maybe do uppercase. Message schema equals new mongoose schema. And here we define our schema. So how our schema should look like for message inside database. We need a sender, so who is sending, and this will be type of mongoose schema types, and it will be object ID, and we'll add reference to user. Right, and the same thing will be actually for recipient. So I can just type it object ID and reference to our user. right? And so we have a recipient and sender. Then we need text, and text will be actually just string and will be like this. We have sender, recipient. What else do we need? I think that's all for now. I will only add the timestamps here. Timestamps to true, so we'll have those timestamps like created at and updated at for every message. Now let's create the model. So let's do const message model, or maybe just, yeah, let's do message model equals, and here just mongoose.model as a function, and here the name of the model, message, and message schema as the second param, and here let's do module exports message model. Yeah, now we can go to our index.js, and here where we are sending our message, let's save it first. So let's do, first we need to grab our message model here. Here we are grabbing the user model. Let's do the same for message, require models message, yes. And here let's save our message. So let's do message dot create, and here we want to create put the sender. Sender is actually connection user ID, as you can see here. So let's do connection.user ID, and the recipient is actually here, so we can just type recipient comma, and we need also text, and the text is also text, right? And let's add the semicolon here. And let's see, this will return a promise, so we need to either add a wait, or then I will put a wait here and async here, and this will then, after promise, it will return this message document. So let's do message document, and it will be document from the database, and it will include the ID. So we can add this ID to the message we are sending to our recipients. So here we can add it. Let's put it into separate lines so it will be easier to read. And let's also send ID of the message to be message document from the database that underscore ID because IDs in Mongo databases are with underscores inside databases. Right, so now let's try to refresh here and refresh there, and I'm select those users, and I want to test send a message. So I will send here, and let's see, we get a message event, we get message data, and we see the ID, and this ID should be the same actually as the message data, this ID. Let's see, it's FB7, right? Let's see how many messages we have here. Should be only one, let's see, and we have only one message. So that is correct. But now, as you can see, we are printing two messages because we get two events on incoming message inside our chat JSX. Let's see. Here we are checking if it's online. If it's online, we are updating the online people, and otherwise we are just putting this as a message. Maybe we should add here otherwise if we have text in message data, then we will do this. All right, but we are adding this to our messages. So we have inside messages state, we have actually duplicates, and how we can get rid of them, because here we are looping through them. I think we can get rid of them maybe here before we'll do return. Let's define messages without dupes. All right, and here we want to filter out messages that have the same IDs. So how we can do this? We can do this by looping through them, but there's an easier way of doing this, and it would be to use a low-dash function called unique. So unique by, it takes an array and we can check what it should be unique by. So I will actually install it, so it will be a little easier, not inside API. I will go to client and let's do yarn add low-dash. Low-dash is a library with a lot of cool functions that solves a lot of common problems. So you should definitely check all functions here and try to understand what they do, because it's really common to use low-dash in many projects. All right, but we are going to use unique by. So here I will just put unique by, import from low-dash, yes, and let's put messages here, and we want this to be unique by ID. Right, so now let's see. I will refresh, select test2, let's refresh, select test1, and let's send a message test 1 2 3. Let's send. Let's see, we get still 2 messages, and this is because we are looping messages and not messages without dupes. So let's use this one instead, and let's see where we have messages. Here we have messages. Let's put messages without dupes, and now we have only 1 message. So this works. And now let's see what information we get from messages without dupes. Messages without dupes is messages here, and incoming messages are coming here. So we are adding is hour to false, but there is more information I would like to add. I want to add who is the sender and the recipient. So let's add it here. Let's add sender is me. So I want to grab my ID here. So let's just put ID. And recipient is the selected user. So let's do just recipient colon, and recipient is actually selected user ID. Like this? Or maybe no, it's not selected user ID, and the sender is not me. Here we are receiving the message, and we should get all the information from the message data. So let's see, what do we have inside message data. Here is the data we are sending. So we are sending the sender, and let's send also recipient, just in case. And recipient will be just recipient, because the name and the value is the same name. Right, and now, instead of doing text equals message data text, we can just distract the message data to get all the fields from it inside our new message that we are going to add to messages. Right, let's refresh here, and let's refresh here, select this one, and select this one, and let's try to send something, test 1 2 3, send, and we have test 1 2 3. But I want to see how it looks like inside our state. So let's see, here we have our state with messages. As you remember, we have dupes here, but that's not a problem. I just want to see what kind of information we have. We have text, sender, recipient, and ID of the message. So here, where we are looping the messages, we can check if the message sender is the same as my ID here. And if it's the same, I can print this is my message or something like this. So here, let's do something like this. If this is my message, so let's do if message message sender is me, so my ID, and then let's add me : otherwise empty string. Yeah, something like this. So this is not sent by me because this is the message I received, but here let's refresh here. Let's refresh here and let's see if this worked in any way. I will select this user. I will select this user here. Let's send test. I don't see any me with colon. So let's again check how those messages look like. It's here. Here we have the sender to be this. And I actually don't know what is my ID, but we can do something like this. Instead of printing this, we can do something like this. Sender to be message sender. So we can print on the information. My ID is ID. And here I will add break line, and here the same break line. Okay, so sender is this and my ID is this. And here I don't see any sender. So here I actually don't know that I sent this message from here. Let's see why. Let's see where we are sending the message. Here, send message. We are adding recipient and we are sending this. Let's see in the database how it looks like. I will refresh the messages and let's see the latest message. We see sender and the recipient. Right, let's go to our index.js API and let's see. We have both sender and recipient that we are sending. Let's maybe just try again. Let's refresh here. I will select those users and let's clear events here so we don't have any. And let's do test 1, 2, 3. Let's send this. Okay, so here I'm adding the message that I sent. And this is done not on when we are receiving the message, but this is done where we are sending the message. There's a function in our chat.jsx send message, yes, and here we are adding the message. And the thing is we are adding only text and is our. Instead of is our, I want to add something else. Let's put it into separate lines like this. And instead of is our, I will add sender. And if I send the message, sender is always me, so I can put it ID here, and the recipient is the selected user ID. Right. So let's refresh both here and here. I will select this user, and now let's do test 1, send. Okay, now I see that sender and my ID are the same. So so now and here sender is different than my ID. So now I can style this a little better. Here where we are looping through the messages, I can check that the message sender is the same as my ID. Then I can put the messages on the left and otherwise on the right side or something like this. So I think that messages from me, from myself, I can put on the right side and incoming messages on the left side. And yeah, so let's do this. So here for this div will be for each message that we are displaying. Let's add some class names, and it will be a string, so we can add some dynamic class names. But let's start with making this as background white, maybe. Yes, and maybe not background, right? We will add it dynamically. Let's add here plus. Here will be just almost empty, just a space. Here we'll add parentheses, and let's check if message sender is my ID equals my ID, then I want to add, if it's my ID, I want to add background blue of let's say 500, and text of the color of the text to be white. Otherwise, I want to add if it's not my message, I want to add the color of white for the background. So let's do background white, and the text will be gray, let's say 500, right? So now, as you can see, this is gray on the white. And if I send something back, test back, let's send it, it's blue. But now we need to have more styling for everything. So for both messages, I want to add padding of at least 2. And then I don't need this sender and my ID, but let's keep it for now. I will send another message to see test back to send, and now it's not even visible because this div is too big now. The thing is that we need to actually add class name here on the div above, overflow to be scroll. So let's see if we can scroll it. No. Let's see if we see the messages here, if there are all the messages. Yes, we see the messages. Let's do test back to. Let's try again to send it. Nothing happened. Let's see in errors. No, it just doesn't send another message. Let's see here. Here we are receiving all the messages, but when we are sending another message, we are not seeing this. Right. Let's see if we can scroll here. Yes, we can scroll. So that works for now. But one thing I want to fix here that is important for me would be spacing between those messages. So this is important. Let's do margin on the top and the bottom of at least 2. Maybe margin on all sides of 2. And maybe top and the bottom for now. And I want to add rounded corners, so let's do rounded medium, or maybe just SM. And the text can be much smaller, so let's do text SM, so it's smaller. And now we have all those colors and everything. But those messages shouldn't be as blocks. Those messages should be like lines or inline blocks rather, sir. So let's put a separate div here that will wrap the whole message as a block. But this div will be actually inline block like this. Yeah, so now it looks better. But for let's see, so this is this div with a lot of classes, and this is the div above. And the thing is that for the div above, I want to add like text align right, maybe not text align right, but I want to put this div on the right side if it's my message. So here, let's do class name, and let's do if let's do parentheses if message sender is my ID. Then I want to do text right, otherwise text left. But on this div, that is actually this bubble, I will add text left. So text will be always aligned to the left. Doesn't matter if the bubble is to the left or to the right. Maybe we can make bigger rounded corners to medium, so it will be more like bubbles. Yes, I think now that's much better. And this overflow scroll, maybe we can change it to overflow X scroll. Not X, should be Y, sorry. So it will be only from the top to the bottom. And yeah, I think this will work. Now we had this problem that even if I send another message, I'm not seeing this. So let's see. Here we have send message. Then we have set messages. We are putting all the previous messages and we are putting a new message. And let's see if we have a test back to inside our state. So here we have like a lot of messages with recipient and stuff, but I think that the problem is that we are filtering the dupes on the messages using IDs, and on those messages we don't have any IDs. So to fix it, I will here add the random ID, and I will put this random ID by using math random, and let's do just times, or maybe I can use date. It will be safer with date now, and it will be just a timestamp. Yeah. So now I will refresh. I will make it smaller here. Refresh here. I will select both users, and let's from here let's do test, maybe just hello test 1, and let's send it. So we have it here. Here let's do hello back. I will copy this to paste it many times. Hello back again. Let's send it again, and we have many messages. Let's do hello back again. And now we have even more messages. But here we have a small problem with our layout. As you can see, we can scroll this, and we shouldn't be able to scroll this. Instead, we should only scroll the messages part. So let's fix it. Here we have this overflow scroll. We need to add the div above here, and this div overflow Y scroll, let's put it here. And for this div above, let's put class name of position relative, and on this div under, let's do position absolute, and let's do inset 0. All right, now let's see if this helped. And let's see, here we have the messages, and now it should be position absolute, it should be just absolute, right? Now it disappeared, but let's see, position relative is this big, and well, it should be bigger. So let's see if it will work if I add the flex grow on this. Yeah, no, it did not. Let's see if I add have full. Yeah, then it works, and as you can see, we can scroll the messages now. One thing that we need to fix is that when we send a message, like test message 123 send, it should, as you can see, this moved, and this became smaller because we have another message, but it should scroll to the bottom. And to scroll to the bottom, we need to first add a reference to this div for our React app. So let's create a reference here, const let's call it messages box reference equals use ref. Yes, and now we can use this constant here. Let's see. Here we have messages with overflow. Scroll. Let's add reference to messages box reference. And now with this, let's see. Let's scroll. Here we are sending the message. After we send the message, let's take this reference. Let's take current. And this current will be our div. So let's do const div equals this. And now let's do div. And we can do here to scroll, we will do scroll tops equals div. So how much we want to scroll from the top this div? We want to scroll the full height of this div. So let's do scroll height. I think it should work like this, but just in case, I will console log our div. Right, and refresh here and refresh there. And let's open our chats and let's see test one, send. And we are printing our div here. So I think this worked. Let's send like one and one again. And let's send one again. I don't think it's scrolling to the bottom. Let's see, I will send two. No, so this didn't work, but there's another solution we can try. Let's rename this messages box reference to div under messages, div under messages, and we need to remove the old reference from here. And under the last message, we will put a div, and we will add a reference with div under messages. And we will use this reference to scroll there. So let's do div under messages. And now we can do div, and we can run a function called the scroll into view. And here we can even add behavior of smooth. Yeah, I think it should be like this. Now I will refresh here and here. Let's select those users. Let's type hello test2. Let's see, just in case if we see this, yes. And let's send some more messages to see if it's scrolling. Something is scrolling, but it's scrolling not all the way down. Instead, we have like a little bit left. So I think this is because we have something here behind even this input. Let's see. Maybe if we just make this div bigger, like class names of, let's do height of 12. And now let's try test one. Let's send it. I do test. Yeah, I think this kind of worked almost, but this is not a good way to go because we don't want to have this huge space here. Let's try again, test 4. As you can see, we need to scroll a little bit more. Let's do test 5. Yeah, I will do test, send, test, and now it will scroll a little bit. But there are also other params we can add here. So Here we can also add the block, and I think we can do end. And let's see if this will help. Then do test 1. No, test 2. No, now it's not even scrolling. Sorry, it should be not end, it should be end. Let's see, test. Yeah, it's almost there. Test 1, 2, 3. Almost there, but we still don't see the last message. I want to also add the margin here from the scroll. So let's see, here we have the margins and the divs. I will add margin bottom of, let's say, at least 2 here, maybe 4. It didn't change that much. Let's see, we have this one, and here is the margin. Maybe I should use padding bottom of 4 instead. No, this will not work either, because I need to have another div with just this margin bottom of 4, and the rest I should put inside. Yeah, so now if I refresh, let's see, I will select this user. Let's do test. Now I don't see any messages. Let's do test 1, 2, 3. Okay, I don't see any messages because it's not half full. Let's do. Now I see messages, but I don't have any margins because I guess of this half full. There's another way of fixing things. Instead of those divs here, I can realign this back here, and instead of inset 0, I can do top 0, left 0, right 0, but bottom I will do 2. Yeah, and this way we have a small space here between the scroll and the button here. Not that important, but I think it will look much better. Test 1, 2, 3. Let's see, back to scrolling. Test again. It's scrolling, but not all the way down. I think that the problem is that this scroll thing, this is run before we have this message in place. So here we are adding this message, but we are actually scrolling to the previous message because this is an async function. So here underneath, the messages are not updated yet. So it takes like few milliseconds or something. So I guess here, the best way would be to actually do set timeout and wait few milliseconds, or maybe half a second or something like this, before we scroll. But instead of checking if it's updated, waiting half a second or something like this, we can cut it from here, and we can actually use effect to check when the messages will change. So here the first param will be just an arrow function, but the second param will be messages. And so this arrow function here will run every time messages changes. So here I will just put this, and now let's see if this will make any change. For now we have an error. It says scroll interview cannot read properties of undefined, and this is because on the first render this div will be empty. This div will be null because we didn't render it and we didn't assign this reference yet, this reference here. So to fix it, I will add if div, then we will do scroll interview just in case. Right, I will select this, I will select this. Let's send the test or tests, doesn't matter. Yeah, I will send more messages from here, and as you can see, it's sending messages and it's scrolling perfectly. So when everything works. And even here, it's scrolling to the bottom. If I do test 1, 2, 3, it's scrolling. And even here, everything is scrolled down. So that is really nice. Right, but now one of the most important features is that when we reload, all the messages disappear, even if we select the contact. And it will be really nice to see the messages of the selected user if we have them in the database, right? So here, let's add another use effect, and let's check here arrow function that will be run, and here let's check if what changes if the selected user changes, selected user ID changes. So let's put it here, and this arrow function will be run when this selected user changes. Here we will check first if we have anything selected. If we have selected, then what do we want to do? We want to run Axios to grab the messages from the database. So let's use a get. Let's say that this endpoint will be /messages and the user ID. So let's just add set selected user ID. So this endpoint will receive our messages between our user and this selected user, right? And then we will need run.then and so on. But first, I will comment this. We need to add this endpoint into our index.js. So let's go here, and above the WebSocket server, we had those endpoints here. So I think we can add maybe here an endpoint app-get /messages and here we get the other part, or user ID, user ID. So here, as always, I'll put arrow function, and yeah, like this. And here inside we just get request and response. And first, let's just maybe respond with request params to see that we get this user ID, right? So let's go back to our chat. Let's uncomment this, and let's see if this will work. If I go to network, clear everything, click this one, we get a get request, and on the response we get this params that we send, user ID to be this. Right, so we can go back to here, and we get user ID here that we can grab from request params. So let's grab it, user ID from request params, like this. All right, now with this user ID, what can we do? We have user ID that we want to fetch messages between us and this user ID. So now we need our user ID. So our user ID is actually with the token we are sending. So here request token, and here we have the token, so we can get it from the token. So we just need to run this JWT verify with the token, but it takes this amount of code, and I think we can make a smaller function for this that will just do this. Let's call this function get user data from request. Yeah, and this will be an async function, and we will grab token from the request. And let's see how we are doing this from cookies. We are grabbing token like this, and I will just put it like this. So let's do like this, and if we have token, then we are doing this, and here we have this callback To use callback and to return values using an async function, we will need to put return new promise. Right, and here inside we will put all this here, and this resolve function, we will call it here with our user data that we get from this token. Right, and if we don't have any token, let's just do reject function, no token, and yeah, that's it. Now we can use get user data from request here. Get user data from request like this, and here we will get user data equals this. And as you remember, let's see where we are setting this user data. We have user ID and username. So so let's see, here inside we have user ID and username. So we can now grab messages using our message model. So it's the message, and now here let's do find, and now here we will have a query that is that will be a little more complicated, but not super complicated. We want to find messages where the sender is either the user ID selected or our user ID. Maybe let's put our user ID like this, and it's user data.user ID like this. And we want to check that the sender is one of those IDs. Let's put or like this, and we can use or we can maybe use, it would be easier within this array, and array will be just user ID and our user ID. Yeah, I think this will be easier this way. Same with recipient. We want to check that recipient is also in this array. So there can be two combos. It can be either that we are the sender and the recipient is the other user, or the sender is other user and we are recipient. Right, and after we find, we want to do sort, and we want to sort by created at, and we want to sort descending, so let's do -1, and well, let's see what do we get. Now we don't have any users. I need to refresh to see them. Let's see, and it says it's pending because we are not responding with anything. We need to add here a wait, and now we need async on this function, async, and here it will return messages for us. So let's do const messages equals this, and now we can do a response JSON messages. Yeah, so now let's see. I will refresh here and there, and let's select this one. We get messages. Let's see response. Response looks like it's empty. First small issue is that it should be find, because find, I think it's no, it should be find. We don't have any find many. It should be just find. But let's try just doing with only arrays. Let's see if this will work. Then I will refresh, and let's see here if we get any messages. No, I think we should put back those in, but maybe we need .exec here on the end. So let's see. I will refresh here and refresh here. Yeah, and we get response, but it is still empty. Let's then check if it will work with only the sender. Then we get something, but we don't get anything for recipient. And that is weird. Let's see if we have recipients here. I will refresh if we have recipients in our database. Yes, we have both sender and recipient. All right, so this doesn't work. As we can see, the result of this query is empty, but we should have some messages. And I think that first the problem is, let's see, we will check if those two actually exist and if they are not empty. So let's do maybe console log and let's print user ID. So the user that we want to see the messages from and to, and our user ID. Okay, now let's open our terminal here, and this query, let's run it in a new tab so we can see. Yeah, and as you can see, the user ID, we have it, but our user ID is undefined. So let's see, our user ID is from here and user data is from here. So it's obvious that we just forgot to wait here because we have a promise here inside. So we need to wait for this promise. Right, now let's see if I refresh, you can see that we have both IDs here and we have a lot of messages that we can load. So now when we select a contact here, it will load the messages here in the response. So we can get rid of this console log now, and I can hide the terminal. But now a small problem is when I refresh, I don't see the test2 to be still logged in, but test2, as you can see, is logged in inside Firefox, and we are querying our API, or maybe not, but here in the console you can see that when we connect to our WebSocket, we are getting some information about online people, but and you can see that test1, we have it here, but we don't see any information about test2. So test1, it's us here in the browser, but here we are actually logged in as test2. So let's scroll down to the WebSockets and let's see what is the issue here. So here, let's see. Here we have on message, and here we have notify everyone about online people when someone connects. Right, so the problem can be that our client got disconnected here inside Firefox. So I will refresh here, and now if I refresh here, let's see, do we have test1, test2? Yes, we have. If I refresh again, yes, we have it still. Oops, I don't want to save it. Yeah, we have test2, and I think after like a minute or so, it will disappear. We will not see test2 anymore. And as you can see, when we click it, we got this request with all the messages here inside in the response. But the problem still is that after a few minutes, the test2 will disappear, and it will not be available here inside message data online client test2. So we need to define some kind of refresh, or I think it's called the heartbeat. So in case our client here disconnects from WebSockets, we should try to connect it again. Most likely it will get disconnected every time we added here something inside our API/index.js file, because every time we change something, it will restart the server. So now we still see test2 because we didn't change anything here, but if we change something like, let's maybe add a space here, let's save it, and as you can see, the server got restarted, and now if I refresh, I will not see test2 test2 here, because here inside the Firefox it got disconnected. So let's maybe try to fix it. So it will automatically try to reconnect in case the WebSocket connection will get lost. So let's see. Inside our files, client, because we want to do this from the client side, let's go to the chat and let's see here. I'll make it a little bigger. Let's see where we start our WebSocket server. Here we have our WebSocket server and we add a listener on message. Let's maybe try to add another listener. Let's see, add event listener, and let's maybe try with close. And let's do arrow function here, and let's do console log, and let's say here closed. Yes, and now I will open terminal even here inside my Firefox, and now I will try to edit something inside my API file. For example, I will remove the space, and let's see if we will get any information. No, we don't, but if I refresh here, the test2 will be disconnected. So this clone, sorry, it should be close, right? And now let's see if I change something here and refresh, it's not connected, but it says closed. So the thing we can do is that when we are closing a connection, when we get this closed, we can try to reconnect. So let's maybe create a function here called connect to WebSocket, and let's put this here, and even those two, let's put them here inside. Right, and when we load our app, we want to do this. We want to connect to WebSocket. So this use effect will be run where our app mounts here inside. So we will do connect to WebSocket. But here, where we have on close, we, instead of doing console log, we will do the same thing. We will just do connect to WebSocket, right? And now, as you can see, we have test2, and even if I reload, everything works. Let's now check if I change something here, like I will remove this space here, and let's see if I refresh here, we still get test2. So now it works. Now it tries to reconnect in case it got disconnected. So that is really nice and helpful. So this can be even helpful in case you will lost connection to a network. For example, you are traveling by train and you go through a tunnel and you don't have any internet for like half a minute or something. When you go out from when the train goes out from the tunnel, it will reconnect automatically. Or at least it will try. Maybe we can add timeout. So let's see, inside the chat, let's try to not reconnect like at the same second it gets closed. Instead, I will put an arrow function here. And instead of, let's see, if the connection gets closed, we are trying to reconnect, but let's don't do this immediately. Let's do set timeout, and let's see. I will do set timeout. I'll do arrow function here, and this set timeout will run after, let's say, a second. So 1000 milliseconds. And here we can do maybe console log just in case, saying disconnected, trying to connect, trying to reconnect, let's say, trying to reconnect. And then we will run connect to WebSockets. Yes. So now let's see. Now this should be connected. But if I edit something here, if I add a space and I remove it, it will say disconnected, trying to connect, reconnect. And as you can see, it got reconnected because it says this test one. I can refresh and do everything I want, and it just shows the people that are online. So that is really nice. Right, but now, as you remember, when we mount our app, we do this, and when we select a person, we are doing this request to grab messages from the database. And now we get them. So now we can probably show them here on the right side. I will go to, let's go to chat.jsx, and this file grows, so maybe soon we will split it to multiple files. But for now, let's see where we are grabbing all the messages. Looks like it's here, where when we are changing a selected user, we are running this use effect to get messages for this selected user between us and this user. And we get all of this. So I think we can here add a then, because this is a promise. And then we will get a response. Let's just do res. And let's do arrow function here. Right? And from the response, we need to grab data equals response. And inside data, we have all this JSON data here. So this message is the last one. So it should be the last message. But wait a second. I'm sorting this on the backend side. Let's see. On the backend side, I'm sorting this. So it will go the last message first, but we don't actually need this because we should show the last message as the last one. So actually we can do created at and just one to sort it first message, and then the latest message should be on the bottom. So it should be the last element of this JSON. So let's see, I will refresh here, and let's see now this message, the first one is from the 8th and 1934, and the last message is from 16/8 p.m. All right. So it works. Now back to chat.jsx, and we get this data, so we can put it, I guess, inside the messages. So we have this state for messages, so we can do just set messages with this data. So actually we can just remove it and make it simpler, set messages and just response data. And this should work. Let's see. And we get one message. Let's see why. If I refresh, select this one, we get only one message. That is a little weird, but let's see. We should get like 47 messages. Maybe let's check what's inside our response data. Yeah, I will refresh this, select this person, and we get 48 messages. But it's displayed only as one message. Let's see why. So everything looks fine inside our messages. I think that our here messages without dupes is not working as it should. As you can see here, we are checking that it should be unique by ID. And for some other messages, we were adding this ID. I think it was on the backend, but here we should check that the messages should be unique by _ID and not just by ID. So let's check if we are doing some kind of if we are adding IDs here, but it looks like we don't, and we are adding those IDs in the backend. So let's go back to API/index.js, and let's see. Let's scroll down to our WebSockets part. And here on message, we are creating a message, but then we are adding an ID. That is actually the _ID from our database. I think we should just send it as _ID. as it should be. So this way it will be easier here to just change to underscore ID as well, and it will work even for those messages that we select when we select the person. Right, and now as you can see, everything just worked and everything looks fine. Let's do test ABC and let's try to send it. And as you can see, it works. Maybe now we can get rid of this weird sender ID and my ID. Let's see here. Here somewhere we are listing the messages. Here we have sender ID and my ID. Let's get rid of this debug data. And here we have like some short messages. Let's maybe try with a longer message. Test 1, 2, 3. Lorem ipsum 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's send it. Let's see. Everything works. And here we need to select the person, but it works here as well. We can say here hello back, lorem ipsum, lorem doesn't matter, ipsum, and I can hit enter and I can send it, and here we are seeing the message and it scrolls, so it works really nicely. So now I will try maybe to send a longer message and to see how it works. I would do maybe let's grab a long lorem ipsum. I would generate lorem ipsum or just a paragraph. Let's grab this and I will send it. Let's see. Looks like this didn't work, or actually it did. We just can't see the message. Let's see, we send the message, but we cannot see this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, send. No, we don't see any messages. Let's see if there is any errors. No. And the message actually got sent here. Let's see if we refresh and select this person, we actually see the message. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We see. Let's try lorem ipsum again. Lorem ipsum didn't work. Let's see why. We don't have any errors here. I'll close this and let's see, maybe here where we are sending the message. So here we have sending a message, and here we have set messages. Maybe let's here somewhere add a console log, a new message, or maybe just a message sent. Yeah, so we can, now it got refreshed. I will try to send lorem ipsum again. Now it worked. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it didn't work, but it wrote this message sent. I will try to do something more. Send, nothing happened, but we got message send. Let's do one more. Message send, but we don't see the message. So let's see, we are seeing this date now. Let's maybe see, I would do QWERTY, and let's see if we have it inside our state. So we'll go to components, chat, and let's see. We have the messages here. I will scroll to the bottom and let's see the last message. We get this QWERTY and we get some kind of ID. Let's see if this ID is unique. Looks like it is, but as you can see, we are checking for the duplicates by underscore ID, and here we are adding just ID, and we should add underscore ID instead. Now everything should work. Let's try with, I will refresh. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, send, everything works. Lorem ipsum, send, everything works. Some test message works. So now everything works. And let's get rid of this warning and this console log. Let's remove this message sent, and then this warning is because we need a key property where we are printing all the messages, I guess. So let's see, here we are printing messages without dupes. We need to add the key, and unique key will be just message._id. Yes, let's save it. Let's refresh. Now we don't see any warning, only our console logs about WebSockets messages. Yeah, so now this works and we have a fully functional chat. And we can send messages, we can receive them, and we are receiving them from the database when we select a person. So we have the full history of messages with everyone. Now, I think it would be a cool feature to add like a green dot here on the avatar to tell that this person is actually online. So let's see. Let's go to avatar. Let's scroll here to avatar. We are only passing username and user ID, but let's also pass online equal to true, because here we are looping through online people. So every person on this list is actually online, and later we can add the people that are offline. But for now, for all those people that we are looping through here, let's just add online to true for the avatars. And now for the avatar, let's add here this property online. And for every person that has this online true, we can add like a small green dot here. So let's do this. First, I will add relative positioning here, so we can add some absolute div here underneath. So let's do div. Let's add the class name of absolute. Absolute, yes. And let's make it width of 2 and height of 2, like a small dot. We don't need any content inside. And I would do background of maybe black for now. And we get this dot here on the left side, as you can see. Now let's try to do this bottom 0 and right 0, because I want this dot to be on the bottom right corner. Yes, like this. I will change this black to something with green. Let's see, what do we have here? I want this green to be, for example, this one, 400, right? I don't know if this green will be visible enough, but what if I will try to make it something like this? Hashtag here and 0F0. Okay, now it's this green. I don't think that this is better. I'll go back to green 400 and we will keep it this way. Right, and now we just need to make it rounded to full. Yeah, maybe it can be a little bigger. Let's do width and height of 3. Yeah, and maybe we can pull it down like minus bottom 1. Yes, and let's do minus right 1. Yeah, I don't know. Let's put it back to 0 as it was. But I will add a border on this. So let's do here border 0, border just border, and border white. So we have this white border on this circle here to know that this person is actually online. We could add also some shadow medium, shadow large. Let's do shadow black. So this shadow is more visible. This dot will be more visible. I don't know if it's needed. Let's do this without shadows. Right, but now we know that this person is online. And we have this online property here, but it's not used yet. We are showing this green dot for every avatar. Let's now check that if online, then parentheses, and this div should go here. Right. So now we should also show offline people, right? So let's say that this person here that is logged in as test2 will want to log out. So we can let's go to, I don't know, the start page, like just Mozilla.org. So now if I refresh, I don't see this person because this person is not online. and because we opened Mozilla.org instead inside Firefox. So I would like to show that person as an offline person. So to show people that are offline, we need to check the database for offline people. All right, so to do this, let's see where we are connecting to our, after we connected to our WebSockets inside the chat.jsx, we will get the message from our WebSocket server from API about online people, and then we will do show online people, and we are just setting people to set online people, so inside state. But then we know that every time we open the app, it will set online people, so we can actually add a use effect on the online people. Let's use this use effect, because online people will change every time we open the app. So we can do a use effect on this. Let's do online people here. And this function will run every time online people changes. And online people changes every time we open the app. And after we get the online people, we can fetch the people that are offline. So let's do this. Let's use just Axios to get the people, and we will do that. This endpoint will grab all the people from our database. But then when we get all the people, we will filter out our online people, and then we will know if what are offline people. So here we will get all the people, we will filter out online people, and then we will know who is offline. Right, but we need to fix this endpoint first. So let's go back to index.js API, and let's see, somewhere here we have profile, maybe under the messages. Let's do app get on / people, and let's do here async here, as always, with request and response, and the arrow function, yes. And now we just want to grab all the people. So let's do this. We just want to get the user model, and we want to run find, and that's it. We don't need any conditions, we just want to grab everything. But there will be no conditions, so we can actually just put empty object here. But for the things we want to select, so our projection second param, we actually want only to select IDs. So let's do underscore ID to be 1 or true. I don't think it matters. And we want also to select usernames. So let's do username to 1 as well. And now let's grab them. So let's do const users equals, we need to add a weight here because it's an async function. And now let's do response JSON with our users. Right, and now let's see if this will do anything. We are running these people, and we get 3 users that I registered previously. So let's go back to chat.jsx, and now here let's do then, and we get response. Let's do arrow function here, and inside response data we have this JSON. So first we want to filter out our person. So we are now here in Google Chrome logged in as test1, so we don't want to have a test1 in our offline people. So let's do const offline people equals not everything here, because we want to filter out that the person underscore ID is not the same as our ID, and our ID is here ID. So let's check this, yes, and now we can do console log offline people to see how it looks like. Let's refresh, and now we have only 2, but I will copy this URL and I will put it, or I can go back here And now we are logged in as test2. So now if I refresh here, I still get inside, let's see, inside offline people, I get test2 as a user, even if I refresh. You see, I still get inside offline people test2, but test2 is actually online. So we should, from offline people, we should also filter out the people that are online. Here we are filtering out my own ID, the user that I'm logged in as, but I'll add another filter here to check that the person inside is not one of the online people. So how we can check it? We need to check that inside online people, if we map through them and take only let's do OP as online person, and let's check that online. Let's just grab only the IDs, and let's see if this includes. We should be able to do includes. If it includes this person ID. Let's do this, and I'll refresh, and we get online people map is not a function. So let's see, something's wrong here. Yeah, because this is actually an object. Inside online people, we get an object where the key is actually user ID. Right, so we can check, instead of this, we can do just object keys online people. Because inside object keys, we get the user IDs of the online people. This selected part will return only IDs of the logged in people. And we are checking here for the with all people that we are getting from the data. We are checking first excluding our own user, and then we want to exclude that a person is not inside the IDs of online people. So now if I save, let's refresh, and we get only an array here, console logged, with one person test2 that is offline, right? No, so here it shouldn't. So let's do exclamation mark. Now let's see here, we only get test3. So now this is correct, because here inside Chrome, we are logged in as test1, and here we are logged in as test2. So now we have here offline people that we can set into state. So let's do set offline people, and let's do offline people like this, right? And now let's scroll up. So we need to add the state. Let's see here, const offline people, set offline people. For online people, we have it as not an array, but as an object. And I think that maybe we can do, should be offline people here, offline people. Maybe we can do the same for offline people. So let's see, here we are adding this as an array, but let's change it also to an object. So let's see, here we have offline people, but this is an array. Let's maybe rename it to offline people array. And here let's do offline people. And let's change it that this will be an object. And now let's loop through offline people. Let's do for each, and for each person. We want here to go to offline people, not array. And here we are looping through the array. We want to set this object using person ID to be this specific person. Right, so I will comment this for now, and I will show you the difference between offline people and offline people array. And let's refresh here. And here, as you can see, offline people array is an array with just one element, and offline people without array is an object where the key is actually the ID of the user. And I did this because we have the same behavior for online people. I just want to do the same thing for offline people. So as the set offline people, we will have it as an object. It will be easier to find a specific user. Right, but now let's show even offline people. Let's go to Mozilla website, and now this person should be visible if we reload. Yes. So now let's see where we are showing the people. Here we are showing online people, and we could actually do the same loop for others, for offline people, but it will be too much code. So I think instead I can extract this and I can put it as a separate component called maybe person. And so let's do person, maybe contact.jsx, and let's do here export default function contact, and now here return parentheses, and I will just paste everything here. Now we don't have those variables, so we need to add them here as properties. So we need user ID, or maybe just ID. And what else do we need? So now let's, instead of user ID, we are going to have ID. And so let's see, user ID here, user ID, user ID, user ID, and user ID. And we will change it to just ID, but for avatar, we want to have it back as user ID. Right, and now it doesn't work. We have still some missing variables here. So here when we click on the contact, we are running this set selected user ID. Maybe we can add a thing called onClick, and we can call this onClick. Yes, and we need also information about selected user ID. So let's add it here as a property. And here we are sending username that we need. So let's add here username as a property as well. And instead of grabbing this username from the state, we will just have it as a property. Now we need to add those properties inside chat.jsx. So let's do this. Let's do contact. And here we need to add everything. So let's start with ID. It will be our user ID. So let's do user ID. Then let's do username. Username is just this, and by user ID, I'll put it into separate now so it will be easier to follow along. What else do we need? We need also onClick. And onClick, what do we want to do? We want to do our function, and we want to do set selected user ID with this ID. So we want to select that person, and let's see if there's something else that we need. onClick and selected user ID. We want to provide if this person is selected, or maybe not about the selected user. We can just pass if it's selected or not. So it is selected only if the user of this, if ID of this user is the same as selected user ID. Yes, that's it. And now here, instead of sending selected user ID, we can just change it to selected to tell if it's selected or not. And this we can change to selected. Right, let's refresh, still get an error. Let's see what can be wrong. Let's go back here, chat. Here we have an error, we have a missing square brackets. Right, now everything works, and we don't see any offline people because we are not showing them. And instead we are listing only offline people. One thing inside here contact, we are saying online true, but online should be a param here as well. So let's do online, and here online. Yes, and now let's go back here, and for those users that come from online people excluding our user, let's do online equals to true. Yes, and now let's loop through offline people. So actually we can just do the same thing like this, but we need to change this to false because that person is not online. And instead of online people excluding our user, we will do offline people. And now nothing worked. Let's see. Selected user ID is not defined inside contact. Let's see. Selected user ID is not defined. All right, here we have selected user ID. We just need to change this comparison to selected, right? And if I refresh, still get an error. Cannot read properties, reading 0 inside avatar. Let's see. Inside avatar, we are trying to read the user ID and username. Let's see. And if we are passing everything, username, user ID with this ID. Let's see inside chat if we are sending everything. We are sending ID. We are sending, all right. Here this need to be changed as well to offline people. Oops, offline people. Now if I refresh, still get an error. And offline people of this. Objects are not valid as React. Let's see, what's the first error? This is warning. Objects are not valid as React child. Right, let's see. If I remove this, then it works. If I add this, then we get an error. We are trying to show this contact with this user ID from offline people. We are saying user ID is this, username is from offline people. On click, we are selecting this user from this ID. Okay, here we have selected instead of selected. Let's change it on both places to selected. And now let's check inside here that it's selected as well. Yes, it is. And let's see what do we have. Still an error here. Found an object with keys ID and username. Let's see if this is actually an error from avatar. No, it's not. And let's try to comment here as much as possible. So I will comment out this part. Okay, now it works. So we get something wrong in this part. Let's see, maybe I will try to comment this part. And now, as you can see, it works. So there is something wrong with the username. I will uncomment this, and I think it's something wrong with this span. And that is weird. Looks like there's something wrong with the username. Let's see how the usernames are defined. Right, so we are just grabbing username like this. But this result of this is the full object. Instead, we should add .username here to grab the username. So let's do .username like this, and now everything works. We just need to add key properties here. So let's do key equals user ID, and same thing here. Let's do key equals user ID, and now we shouldn't have any warnings. So now we see online and offline people. As you can see, we don't see any dots, and those two should be offline. We don't see any dots because both of them are offline. But if I go back here, let's refresh, we get some kind of error. Username is undefined. Maybe I will just, let's refresh even here. The same problem, that there's something wrong with the username. All right, let's check how this object looks like. So maybe here, online people exclude our user. Let's do console here below, online people excluding our user. Let's put it as an object so it will be easier to find in console logs. Console, let's see. I will clear this, refresh, and I don't see anything. Okay, it should be console log, I forgot. Okay, and now if I refresh, online people excluding our user. And okay, here we get only a username as the value, right? So here should be without username because this thing returns only username. The value here of then of this object of this property is just username, but here from this we get the full user object that contains username. So we need to do that here. And as you can see, it worked because here we get a green dot, and maybe we can remove this console log, and I would like to add a gray dot here for offline person. So let's go to avatar, and here we have for online, let's do if not online, and let's do end parenthesis, and let's put the same thing but with let's see, with a gray dot. So instead of green, let's do gray, should be with a gray, and maybe 400. Yeah, so we know this person is offline. And now if I go somewhere else, like for example Mozilla, and here I refresh, then both are offline. But now we need to refresh to see the changes of the statuses, and it would be nice to fix it to see this automatically. So let's maybe go back to index.js API and notify about online people when someone connects, and this is on connection. But it would be nice to do the same thing when someone disconnects. So let's check if we can add something like this, but for closing connection. So maybe here at the bottom, let's see on close, and let's do just arrow function here, parenthesis, and here let's just start with console log saying disconnected, and here we get I guess some data that we can use. So let's show it as well inside the console log. I will open my terminal to see now how this will change, and let's go to about blank to see if something changes. No, nothing have changed. But there is something else we can introduce to know if that person is online or not. So after we connected the client, so here in this here on connection, we can add something called a ping to that person. So after we connected, we will take that connection and we will add is alive to true, right? And this is after someone connected. And now we would like to add a timeout to ping that person after a set amount of time. So let's maybe do set interval, and here first param will be an arrow function, and the second will be timing. So let's do maybe 10 seconds. So 100,000 milliseconds, and this will be 10 seconds. Maybe let's make it shorter, 5 seconds, something like this. And now here inside we want to ping that connection. Let's see if we have something like this connection. If we have we have a ping method that we can run. So after someone got connected, we are saying that this person is alive, and this connection is alive, and we are starting an interval. We will assign this interval timer to also to the connection dot timer equals this, and we will ping it every 5 seconds. And now we need to add same that we did for the message. We need to add an receiver for a pong for when we get a pong from connection. We are pinging it, we need to add an callback for pong. So let's do a connection, and let's do on pong because we are doing ping pong. And let's do just something like this, arrow function. And then let's do just console log pong, right? Now let's see if we get anything here. I will refresh. Do we get any pong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and we get some pongs. I will wait like 5 more seconds. I will get another pong, and we are getting 2 pongs because we have 2 connections, the one from the Chrome browser and another from the Firefox browser. But the thing is that now when we know that this connection is live, now we know here that this connection is live, but we need to find a way to tell if a connection is offline. So maybe here that, let's see here, that here we are doing this interval for pinging, but we can as well add a set timeout here. Let's do set timeout. Let's see if this will work. We will add a set timeout that after, let's say, 1 second after pinging, we will check if we got back the if we got the pong back after 1 second. If we didn't, we will set this is alive to false. So here we will do that after we are sending this ping to connection, and after 1 second we will do connection is alive to false. Right? So we are pinging, and after 1 second we are setting is alive to false. But this timer, we will assign this timeout timer to connection. Let's call it def timer. Let's call it def timer. But after we get the pong response, we will deactivate this def timer. So let's do connection and def timer, and we need to run clear timeout on this def timer. So now let's save it. And now here I will also add a console log, and let's say def, just like this, or maybe just dead. Yeah, dead. I will refresh here, and here I will go back to to the app. As you can see, now we have it here. I will open. Okay, now we have some debt because I guess this is about the old connections and the connections that are now dropped. But if the connection is dead, we can do terminate, so it doesn't take the space inside our memory, because as you remember, inside here, WebSocket server, we have clients, so it takes some memory on the server. Right, but now everything works, and now I will try to disconnect here. Let's go to Mozilla website, and as you can see, I get this dead thing. So we drop the connection from the test2. And the thing now that we are terminating a connection from the Firefox, but we should also notify every active connection that test2, this connection that was active inside Firefox, is not connected anymore. And we are doing this here on the connection. Let's see, no, this is on message. Here we are notifying everyone about online people. So let's maybe create a function of this. So I will put this as a function somewhere here above. Let's put function notify about online people, and this will be just a function about online people. I'll put the code here, and now I will run it here where I took it from. Let's do notify about online people. So now we have both of them are offline, but if I go back here, and then this is online. But now if I go back here to Mozilla, it should be gray here as well. So we need to run the same function after we terminate a connection here. So let's do notify about online people. Let's do this. And now, as you can see, test 2 and test 3 are offline. So I will now remove this function here that we don't need. And now let's test it. So I will go back here. And as you can see, test 2 is online. But if I go then here, then it's online, it's online, it's online. Now it's offline. You see, there's like 3 seconds delay. We could decrease it here. Let's see in the top 5 seconds. We could decrease it to like 1 second or something like this. Then delay would be smaller, but it would require more resources from the server. So now we have online and offline statuses. Everything works. And when we log in this test 2, we see that it's online. So this is really nice. But the one thing now that I would really like to add, it would be an offline button somewhere here. Not offline button, but logout button on the bottom, or a link. So I will go back to our chat JSX, and let's see, here we are showing all the people. So here we have this sidebar. Here we have width of 1/3. So this is the sidebar with background white. Let's see where this div ends. It's here. I will add maybe another div here with links. And we have those links here. But I think every person and this logo should be in another div here as well. So I'll put logo and the contacts here inside this div. And this way I can make this one flex. Let's do flex. And let's change it to flex call. So now the links are still underneath. But for this div, I will add a class name. So it will do flex grow. So it will take all the possible space. And now we have links on the bottom. All right. But now here I can do class name on this div. Add some padding of, let's say 2. And let's do text center as well. Yeah, and here I will do a small button that will say logout, so we can actually log out. And let's see, we have logout. I will make it smaller. So let's do class names and let's do text sm to make it smaller. And let's make it gray. Let's do text gray and maybe 200. Let's see. No, this didn't work. It should be with A. Text gray 200. Yeah, it should be darker. Let's do 400. Yeah, now it worked. But maybe we can add some background color or something for this. So this button will look better and it will look more like a button. So maybe I can do the same color that we have here. So let's do background of blue 50. Yeah, let's add padding of maybe 2, maybe 1 on the top and the bottom, but on the sides let's do 2, right? And yeah, I think it looks fine. We can maybe add a little bit of border, yeah, rounded SM, so we'll have rounded corners, just a little bit. Maybe darker blue, let's do 100, try 200, I think 100 will be good enough. The text cannot be that bright, let's do 600, okay, 500, yeah, I think this will be good. And now for this button, I will add on click, and let's say it will run logout function. Now we need to define this logout function. Let's do this somewhere here maybe. Let's do function logout. And what do we need to do on logout? We had this cookie and that we need to reset to empty. And I think we get some information about this inside the user context as well. So let's see. Yeah, we have ID and username that we need to reset to null. So let's grab it from user context here. Let's see, use context. We need set ID and set username. And yes, and we need also an Axios post, so we can invalidate this cookie, post to /logout, right? So now let's go back to our index.js inside API, and let's see where we have our login function. Here we have our login function, and as you can see, we are signing JWT token that we are sending as a cookie. So now let's do the same thing on logout. So let's do app post /logout, and here we will have a function with request and response arrow function. Yes. And here we will just do send the token as a cookie, but the token will be actually empty. So yes, and we will just send the JSON saying okay, because why not? All right, and let's see, back to chat. After we are done with this, let's do then. After we are done with the request, let's do then, and then we will set ID to null and set username to null as well, right? So now let's try to do this, logout, and we are logged out, and we need to log in again. So let's do test1 and test login, and we are logged in. And here, let's see, we are logged in as test2. Maybe we can show the information about the logged in user here on the left side of the button. Let's see, we have this username thing that we are not using, so let's use it. Here, let's do logged in as and username. Yeah, but let's put it inside span, and maybe just, let's say, hello, or maybe welcome. Right, now let's add some class names here. Class name, and let's add a class name of margin right of 2, so we'll have some space. Let's do text smaller, text SM, and let's do text gray. Let's do maybe 400. Text gray with A, yes, maybe 500. Yeah, maybe 600. Yeah, I think this will work. Maybe instead of welcome, I would like to show an icon of the user. So I'll go to hero icons again. Let's search for user here. And we have user like this. We can have a solid. Let's see what would work better. I think solid would work better. So let's copy this one. And let's put this icon here. And I need to fix the spacing here. And now let's see how it looks like. I think almost fine. We just need to add flex here and flex here. Yeah. And I think that it looks almost fine. Let's just add items center here. Yes, almost. We are getting a lot of weird events here. Let's see if I refresh. I get a lot of page errors, indicate wherever is a cookie. Okay, so we get some weird errors about this cookie. Same site node, secure true. And yeah, if I log out, I don't have any errors. Let's see. Let's log in, test1 and test. I need to log in. Let's fix this test1 user first. So I will go back to chat. And let's see here, even for the span, I will do items center. Let's see. Yeah, I think now it looks better. But for this icon, let's make it smaller. Let's do width and height of 4. Yes. And let's maybe add justify center here on this main div, so it will be centered. Yes, and I think it looks fine. Now let's just fix those events that we are getting. We are getting a lot of events about who is online, because we get a lot of dead. We get a lot of dead connections. So let's see what is going on here. Right, so I think it looks like that when we log out, we are logging out our session, but our connection actually works, still works, and we are trying to reconnect all the time. So to fix this, I will go back to the logout functionality. Let's see here somewhere on the top, function logout. We will also terminate the connection. So let's do, we have this WebSocket connection here. We will do set WebSocket to null. So let's do this here on logout. Let's do set WebSocket to null. Yes. Now if I refresh, we still get those errors. Let's see if I restart the server. Now everything works. I will log out and I will log in again. As you can see, the connection got killed. It's dead. I will do test1 and test, and I will log in, and it's fine. I don't get infinite number of new console logs here, so that is fine. So I'm logged in, and let's see if this person is logged in. This person is logged in as well, and I see that I am logged in. No, I actually don't. Let's see here. If I refresh, I don't see that test2 is logged in. Let's see why. Online people, I get 2, and I get only test1. Okay, now I see that test2 is online. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it was only some kind of delay of 5 seconds. So this is fine. Maybe I will log out and log in again as test1. Test, login. Yeah, I think everything looks fine, because test2 is logged in here inside Firefox. Right, so I think that this works. And the only issue I see here, and I still get a lot of issues, and I think there's still an issue that if I refresh, there's a dead connection somewhere. So let's try to fix it. Let's see if we get a lot of dead. I will restart the server, and I will refresh here my client. We get some dead after 5 seconds of inactivity, and it keeps coming in, and I think know why. Let's see. Here we have this timer that if it's dead, we are terminating this connection, but we still have this timer that we are running to try to ping it. I think that instead, or not instead, but we should terminate this connection, and we should set it as is alive to false, but we should even stop this timer. So let's do clear interval, and we need to clear this interval on this timer, right? And as you can see, we get a lot of here issues of inactive or old cookies or something like this. Now let's see. I will restart the server once again. Now I will reload again, and we will get some dead, because those connections that I got before I refreshed, they got killed after 5 seconds, so that is cool. But now you can see I'm talking like 3 more seconds and I don't get any more dead connections, and here we don't have any more issues or console logs, so that looks like everything works now. I will also try to log in again, test1 and test, to see that everything works and this will not grow. And so I think it looks it works nicely now. So everything works. I can hide terminal, and as you can see, it works. I can go back here to Mozilla website, and after 5 seconds it will change that test2 is not online anymore. So that is really nice. And if I go back here and I go back to the app, it's changed back to online. So that is cool too. And we are reading the messages on click, and for now everything works. So we have a fully functional MERN chat app, but there is one more thing that is a really cool feature that I think every chat apps needs, and this is attachments. So here next to this send button, I would like to add an attachment button so we can send files too. So let's go back to chat.jsx and let's see. Somewhere here we have this send button. Yeah, we have this button here. Let's also add another button, and that will be type of regular button for now. And inside I want to put an icon that will be attachment. So let's see, let's search for file, and no, attachment. Yeah, I think that this will work. Let's see how it changes. Now changes. I will just paste it here, and let's see how it looks like. Yeah, something like this, but I want to make it gray. So let's do class name. Let's do background gray of maybe 200. Yeah, and I want to, maybe I would just copy those classes that we have on the send button, and I would just change the color from blue to gray 200. Right, so we have this, and now I also need to change the text to be gray, let's say 500, so the icon will change. Right, I will also add a small border here. Yeah, border, let's do border and gray 500. Maybe that's too dark, let's do 200. 300. Yeah, I think this will work. We can maybe even try with a blue button here. We can change this gray to blue to see if this will work. Blue 200, maybe just 100. I don't know, 200. I think this will work, but I would change the gray border to maybe no border at all. Let's remove this border. I think we need a little bit of border. So let's do border, border, blue, let's say 300, maybe just 200. Yeah, I think this will work. And the text can be darker. So let's do text gray 600. Yeah, and I think this will work. Maybe the border can be darker. Yes, maybe not. And this will work for now. And the next thing we will need that when we click on this, we should get a file picker to choose a file to upload it. So let's fix it now. So let's see how we can do this. I think the easiest way would be to change this button to actually a label. So nothing will change on the visual part, but inside this label, I will put an input of type file. Now it's visible, choose a file, but I will add the class names only on this input to be hidden. So now we don't see this, but when I click on it, it will show it will click on this input type file. I will also add a cursor pointer here. So we have this hand icon. Now let's see. I'll go to downloads. I'll pick my photo. Why not? But if I choose something, nothing happens because it just sets this image on this input, nothing more. But now we will add onChange on this input type file. And the onChange will run a function called send file. Right? And when we send the file, let's define this function maybe somewhere here on the top. Let's do function send file, and we will get an event here, and inside event, as always, we get event target and we get files here, right? So I will refresh now, and let's see, I'll pick test2. I will select the file, I will select my image, and we get file list, and we get one file here. So that is really nice. We get the file. So let's do. So let's grab this file, const file equals event target files of 0. And now we want to send this file with Axios as the message. So let's do this. So let's do Axios, and we want to send it as a post, and it will be /message. And we are not sending this the same way we are sending the regular message, because regular messages we are sending with WebSockets. And I think that for files, it will be better to actually send it as a request. It will be easier, right? Now, when we send the message, with just a post request, it will be easier to send it without WebSockets, but it will be harder to notify the test2 user that he gets a new message. So I think it would be better to use WebSockets. And here, where we are sending a message, as you can see, we are doing just WS send, and then we are sending a JSON. So let's do the same thing. Let's do JSON, and let's do stringify, and let's put an object here. And with regular message, we are doing just a text, and that's basically it. But here we need to send a file. So I think, because we are going to run the same thing, maybe we can just call this send message here, send message. But because we are not sending a file here, we need to provide this file, right? So instead of doing this like this, let's just pass this event to our send message. But here in the top, we will check if we get a file inside our event. Let's do target files of 0. We will add the question marks here just in case it doesn't exist, something doesn't exist. And here we will check if we don't have file, then we will do this prevent default thing. Otherwise, we know that we have a file here, and we will add the file to the payload. But this way it will add our file as a payload, as a binary payload. And I'm not sure if this will work. So I think it will be much easier to convert this file binary data to base 64 content first. So let's do this. I will remove this file for now, and I will remove this part. And let's see here. For now, I will not send any message, but first I will read this file. So let's do const reader equals new file reader. And I will just read this file here from the event target files of 0. Not here inside reader. We need to put it here reader, and we need to do read as data URL. Because as data URL, it will return base 64 data, not a binary data. So let's do this. Now let's put this file here. And now let's do reader onload. And this will be a function that will be run after we read the data. So we can have the data inside, we will have the data inside reader result. And reader result. like this. So now after we are done on load, after the file is loaded as base64 content, we can run send message. Let's say that we will not pass an event, we will just pass the file or the base64 file. So let's do maybe an object here and data to be reader result, and we will also put information about this file. So let's grab it like this and let's put info this, right? So we will have like a name and stuff, right? Because we are not sending this event, we need to check if we have it here. So let's do if event, then we will do prevent default, otherwise we will not. But here we can also get a file, and here let's do file. Let's send this file if we have it. So let's just put it like this, so we will send everything, but this will be a no by default. Right, now let's see what will happen if we will send it. So we are sending as a file, as a message. Let's go back to our API, and here we have something that should happen on message. We are grabbing a recipient text, but let's also grab file, right? And if we have file, then I will do just console log of the file, right? Now let's see, I will send file to test2, and I will open here terminal to see what will happen. Okay, so I send the test file. Let's see, we get a lot of data. Maybe I can send something smaller. I will do a small print skin here, and I will select it so to be a smaller file. Let's see, here we have this new file I sent. Let's try to send it again. I'll pick this screenshot, and as you can see, here we have it. I'll make it bigger. Here I have file info. It looks like it's empty, and here I have the data, the binary data, converted to base64 of the file. But let's see, here we are sending the info of the file, but I think we can grab just the name. Let's see, here we are sending the full file, but let's maybe just try to send just the file name. So sorry, here back and back here to our chat.jsx, instead of info, let's call it name, right? And I will refresh here, open here, and let's send a file, this screenshot, and we send it, and we have a name here of the file. So now we can save it. So let's go back to our API, and here let's check if we have a file, and then we want to save it on our server. Here inside the API, let's create a directory called, not a class, let's create a directory called uploads, and here we will put all uploaded files. So if we have a file, we will save it inside uploads. To do this, I will here grab something called fs, so file system library, require fs, yes. And now let's scroll to the bottom for saving our file, and here let's just do fs write file like this. And first we want to have first we need a file name or the path to the file, and we don't want to use the same file name that this person is sending. Instead we will just take the extension, so .png. So let's do this. Let's split this file name using dots, and let's take the last part. So let's do const parts equals file dot name dot split, and let's use dot here. And now let's do extension equals parts, and we want to grab the last part, so parts dot length -1, and this way we would have .png here inside the extension constant. Right, now let's generate a file name, and the new file name, and it will be just a date now, so it will be a timestamp, and we will add dot, and we will add also extension. Right, now we can save this file. We want to save it inside the, we want to save it inside uploads. But to make this path absolute, I will do dir name like this, plus uploads like this. And don't forget about the slash, and maybe we can put it as path name constant here. So the const path equals this plus file name like this. And here we need a slash as well. Let's put path, and then we need content of this file. So we need to read the content from file.data. As you remember, we are sending this as data, but the data is base 64 encoded, so we need to decode it. So let's use buffer for this. Let's do const, maybe not const, let's do new buffer, and here we need to put the data. So the data is actually file data, and the second param is encoding, and encoding is just base 64. Yes, and we will just put it as a constant buffer data like this, and we will put it here, buffer data, and I think the third param can be actually callback. So let's use an arrow function here like this, and let's say console log file saved like this, and let's add the path to this file and this. And now let's scroll to the bottom, and let's see, I will refresh, and I will send a file to see if this will work. And as you can see, we have file saved with this timestamp.png. And let's see if we have something in uploads. Yes, we do. And now to make the uploads directory available for our server. So for now, we cannot go here and do uploads and slash and then the name of the file, because it will just not work. We didn't tell that this uploads directory should be public in any way. So to do this, here I will add up use, and here first I will do slash uploads as the first param, and here I will take and express and run function static like this, and here just dir name plus slash uploads, and now this should work. Let's see if we can open this file. Let's see, we'll just take this file name and we'll put it here, and we get this my small screenshot here, so that is good. But now, after we uploaded a file, we should add it to a database as well into our messages. So let's see. Let's scroll to the bottom. On message, we are saving the file, but we should also add it here to our database, but not the full file. We just need the file path or the file name. So let's do just file name if it exists. If it doesn't exist, we'll just do null like this. Or maybe we can do, because here we have file name, it's defined, but maybe we can do something like this. If we have a file, then we will put file name here, otherwise it will be null. And now it still says that it can be undefined here. So to make this warning disappear, I will define it here, file name equals null, and here file name I will change it to this, so the path here. So now I don't have this warning. Right, but now I need to add this to my message model, so it will be saved. Let's do file, it will be just a string. It's not required or anything. It can be empty, and that's it. Now, as you can see, I've sent only this print skin, but it looks like an empty message. I think it will be the same for if I open it here. Now here it doesn't even shows, but let's see. Now I will try to fix it. Let's see. First I will go to chat.jsx and let's print if we have a message, right? So here we have a message. Here we are printing a text, but here let's also check if the message has a file, and if it has, let's print a link to this. So if we have a file, let's put a div with maybe no paddings, and inside this div just a link to this file. So let's do href, and here the link to this file, and we need to find the URL to our API. So I think we have it somewhere here. I think we set it as a default for our app. So let's see. Yeah, we have it here. We have it as a base URL for Axios. I think we can use it. So let's go back to chat here, and let's see. Let's scroll back to messages. Here we have href. Let's add Axios defaults base URL, and let's add slash, and then just message.file, because it contains the file name, right? And then we will do like this, and here inside I will just put message.file to show the file name, right? And now I will try to send a file. So let's see. I will send my photo, and looks like it got just empty message. Let's see how it looks here. Looks like nothing got sent. Yeah, I will check maybe inside the sent messages. Let's see. Send message. We are sending file, but after we send a message, we need to add it as well, right? But the problem here is that we don't know what is the URL, the new URL to this file. So actually here, if we were sending the file, we need to reload the messages from the server. So here somewhere we have this functionality, show online people. No, we have it inside use effect. Here we are grabbing messages. So I will just copy this and I will put it here, because we need to reload the messages if we send the file, because the latest message has the URL of the file, right? But now I will log into my database and see if it's saved, or maybe I don't need to. Let's just reload and see if it's inside here as a 63rd message. Do we have anything? We get sender, text, updated that, but we don't have any file. So let's go back to index.js API, and let's see. We are grabbing messages here, messages for user ID, and we are trying to grab everything. Let's see if we get this file. Yes, we have it here. We are trying to find this message, but it looks like this message we don't have this message, the last message with the file. So I will try to send it again with the file. Yes, and let's see if we get a new message. No, we didn't, but I'm sure we did send it. So let's see inside the database if we have it, or maybe first let's check how we save it. All message. If we have a file, then where we are creating a message, we are passing this file with file name. Text will be empty. Let's see if we have any warnings. No, but let's add the information that the message has been created. Console log created created message. Yes, yes, and now let's see. I will try to send a file saved, but I don't get information about the saved message. So let's see here. We are checking if we have recipient and text. But in this example, we don't have any text. We have only a file. So let's check if we have a text or a file, right? Now I will try again. I will reload here and let's see. I will send this photo. Okay, and now it works. And now I will check inside here. Here it almost worked. Okay, but here it worked. So that is nice. On Firefox it didn't work because, as you can see, we are notifying about the new message, but we are not sending the file path. So let's do file, and let's do the same. If we have file, then let's do file name, otherwise let's do null. Yes, and if we reload, I think it should look fine. Yes, we have this file. I would like to fix the styling a little bit, so let's go to chat.jsx and let's search for file name or this a tag here, and I would like to add class names of, let's make it underline, yes, and I would like to add this icon as well. So I will copy this icon and I will put it here next to this link, and I will make it smaller to maybe width 4 and height 4 as well, and I will make this div flex, so it will be next to each other. And let's do flex or not flex, items center, so it will be centered, items center. I think it works. Now let's do just gap of 1, so we'll have a small gap here, and maybe this icon can be actually inside this a tag, and this a tag should be flex and items center and gap 1 actually. So I can remove those classes here, and well, I think it works. I can click on this. Maybe instead of underline, I can add the border bottom like this, and I have a link that looks like this, right? And let's make that this link will open in a new tab. So let's do target of blank. Yeah, so if I click it, it says cannot open because I forgot to add the /uploads here, right? Now if I click, I see this a print screen, but if I select my photo, let's refresh, I will select my photo. Let's open, and I don't know if it created message. Let's see if I reload. Yeah, I have it here, but it's still the same image. Let's see if I reload. Let's see how it looks like inside our API. And this looks fine. Let's see saving of the file. I think it looks fine. I'll try to send something more. So maybe send this photo, and it doesn't reload my conversation. So I need to reload it manually, and I get the old picture actually. So first I need to reload the messages here in the code. Let's see. After we send the messages, we sent the message. Let's see. We are adding this message, and if we don't have file, we will do this. And but let's see why we still send we still get the old file. We are sending this as a message with WebSockets, and let's see those files that we are sending. We are sending some JPEGs, but the content is invalid. Let's see if I can open it here. It should be JPEG, It looks like the content of every file is exactly the same. So I will go back here to C, to our API, and let's see where we get the data from. I'll print here the size of this file. So let's do file data length to know what we are sending. And let's see again, I will reload. Let's send small. The size is 1354. If I reload, let's see, I will send this photo, my photo. The size is much bigger. As we can see, it has been saved. Let's see if we can, it's the correct photo. No, it's not. And I think that this is because in base 64, where we are grabbing this data and we are putting this into file, we need to get rid of this part, and we need to save only the rest, the convert with buffer. Let's see, where is the buffer? The buffer is actually here. We are grabbing file data, but we need to grab it only after this comma. And I think then it will work. So let's do that split with comma. And let's take the second part. And then let's test again. I'll open console. Let's send a file of me. We get this file. So I will see if this worked. Okay, now as you can see, you see me. And let's see this file, and it worked. I will try now to send something else. I will send this PNG, and as you can see, we get this PNG here, and it works. Let's see if we get something here. The last one is JPEG, and this file doesn't work. And now we got this PNG. So the only problem is that when we are notifying about the new message, we don't have this message here. But let's test again. Let's send test, and I have this message. Let's send my photo, send, and I have it as well. All right, so everything works. And I will try to send something more. Let's send this again. Let's see, and we have it. So now even attachments work. Yeah, so now we have history. I can put history here for tests to see if it changes. Yes, it changes. I can send my photo here as well. Let's see. Yes, it's sent. I can add here this HD skin as well. Let's see. Everything works. So now we have a fully working app. We have chat between people, and we see who is online, who is not. So test2 is here. I can go to this page, and as you can see, this test2 will change to gray icon because it's not online anymore. We have a logout button, and when we log out, we have this register form. Maybe we can change it so we see a login first. So let's change this to login. So the first form is login, and if we don't have it, we can register. Maybe I can also add a small spacing here on both of those buttons. We can add the class names of margin left of 1. So we have some small spacing, but now we have a fully working app. We have test2, and we can go back here. We can see that test2 is logged in. So I can send the test. Yeah, so now everything works. We have messages and we have attachments. Now I also found a small issue, a small bug, and we should fix it. So for now I'm logged in as test1 here, and I have conversation with test2. And here I'm logged in as test2, and I will have conversation with test1. So I will say hello test1, and I will send it. Now let's see, we get this hello test1. Let's do hello test2. Let's send it. But I opened also a third window here between test3 and test1. Now I will send from test3 to test1. Hello from test3 to test1. And let's send it, and let's go back to test1 window, and as you can see, we get this hello from test3 to test1 on test2 contact, and this is wrong, and this is because, as you can see, let's go to our chat JSX, and let's see here where we get a new message. Let's see, handle message. We are just adding this message to the messages without checking who is the sender. So let's see here in the console, we get information about this message. As you can see, hello from test3 to test1. And we see the sender and we see the recipient. So we are the recipient, so everything is correct, but the sender is actually another person, it's test3. So we shouldn't see this in test2. So how can we fix it? We can fix it by checking that if the sender is the same as selected person, then and only then we will add this to our messages. So let's do if message data sender is exactly the same as selected user ID, then and only then we will add this message. Otherwise we will get this bug. Right, so now it works. Let's see. I will do test2, hi test2, and I will send it to test2, and this works. But now let's see if I will message from test3 to test1. Maybe the same message. I will just select this and I will send this again. Let's send this and let's see if it shows. No, it doesn't shows here. So I need to open now test3 to see both messages. So yeah, so that was a small bug that we had to fix. Otherwise, you as a logged in user would see messages in wrong places. And now all messages show on the correct places. So that is really nice. So that's all for today. Thanks a lot for watching. I hope you learned a lot. If you did, please click the like button and subscribe if you want to see more videos like this one. Have a nice day and see you in the next video.